Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television. I am your host, Khadija Tijan Nabi, and we start to warm ourselves up and then we learn to today's topic. And welcome.
My brother, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, no be by sense, nobody special pass. My sister, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, no be by sense, nobody special pass. Shebi na God will bless me higher. Seven God nine lift me higher. Nobody be say could get go blow me higher. No dey tire. And we work we dey do when we be rap. Them tell me so many no, but I know they ginger me and I know they give up to you. Oh God, if nobody encourage you, encourage yourself. That's why I said carry even second come on. You know, somebody underrate. And you do elevate. Baba, she more than been with it. My brother, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, no be by sense, nobody special pass. My sister, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on
And welcome. And feel free for share. Welcome, Madam Adama G. Bate. Welcome, Madam. Mr. Nabi Yansane, welcome, sir. Madam Khadija Tujalo, welcome. And forgive me in case putting a name and all Siam, so tell they come slow, so forgive me, and feel free for share. Get few announcements before we learn to we see the topic, and I welcome once again. Make a quick commercial and then come back. A words of inspiration, whatever they go through, not give up. God can bless anybody. Words of inspiration again. Once again, I welcome. They come right back, and I share. Few announcements. Then we'll learn to a topic.
Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, no be by sense, nobody special pass. My sister, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, no be by sense, nobody special pass.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television, where every voice matters. I am your host, Khadija Tijan Nabi. Always ready and determined to bring you current events from home and abroad. What to expect, wide focus or range of topics from political, family, relationship, empowerment, breaking news, both local and international, emergency topics, entertainment, both local and international, comedy, event affecting our various communities, political debate, educational session, exclusive interview with either local or international celebrities or high profile, showcasing up and coming artists, entrepreneurs, philanthropists. If it is happening, we're here to be that voice and the network to show it. If you have a story, let's share it, build it, and show it. Let us be your voice. Stay tuned to Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television for more. Do not forget to subscribe to our Facebook page our YouTube page, our Instagram page, and our Twitter page. And also feel free to visit our website. We thank you all for being part of the Salon for All network family. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Salon for All and Voice for All. Welcome to Salon for All and Voice for All network television.
Them say them they fixed in them make we wait. From where them born we dey no more, we dey wait. Just dey wait. Government they come and go and left we pan the bait. Big debate. Another generation don't come meet we pan the way. Welcome to the way. You will still no say na boom bamboo you late. You late. Even though man them I chair pan altin. When I say altin I mean altin. All these in them where they happen na the country. We cherry I pan altin. But the man they no begin them bagbati. They don't begin them bagbati. Do ya una no left hand bagbati back take. Una let go be your body. But the man they no begin them bagbati. They don't begin them bagbati. Now so then go left back and sabi time done. Then fail with your body. All man don't stand at his attention. All man want make impression. What see me go say? Watch me back. Look how I Becky Decky. Tomorrow yon we don't know. Today on the team morning. Everybody waiting for the miracle like hot color rest na fire. Hey, we dey be a no more but enough funny. Occupy we no know how government they run. Una been say una know. But una explanation don't become boring. It can make a one for sleep. We dey be a no more but enough funny. Frustration they claim the mountains. All man pack tormenting. From one stress to the next thing, he make man them colomenting. Got a man and they come, got a man and they go. The people in life the same. So we no get for tire for complain. Although them don't begin say we gladly. Even a joke than the joke, say we the grumble because we bell full enough funny. Una no get play to a hungry man. A hungry man is an angry man. Now the same boy, now him talk say in 6 months he dey fix the economy. Let's see no more. Now the same man come back and give we back talk. Una been say una get all the solution, but we don't understand any longer. Una been say una get this, it's easy, una mentally advanced. Where all the book man them way, una been the talk say ready for the dance. I remember the talk where the Barbie the talk say only the fish a big finance. Where all the idea them, we go make we live like family. Where the rest una the plan, the city no they grow, na shataban. Una not tell we but una degree, una show we if una sabi. Facility not dey na hospital. Then they diapa we. Una not tell we but una degree. Show we waiting una sabi. The economy still shitty. Life of citizens shitty. If una quality education make una picking then can't say stand. How long una go dey and talk? Na talk no more una dey talk. If you not ordinary talk, by now man for the shock. How man they still get work? Now that they deliver on a buy party picking. Man must have make ground soak. Now then they get to walk about on a the pine party them. The kind way safe way man and they handle thing them say lots. See the worker and they strike and they hold their money they don't pay them. Tell me if una go like, if una then they do so. He don't say where they want bluff. Money for we well body one then go buy motor car.
From what I know, the government purchased 30 brand new SUVs.
Okay, you read the other one.
No, those vehicles were not brand new SUVs, all 30 of them.
Okay, you read the other one back.
Only 4 SUVs for these regional coordinators.
Okay, well now you read this one back.
There are no SUVs. We call them Toyota Prado.
Well, now the Munku them boss. Then why come by packet? You cannot give what you don't have. If you are not, you are not. COVID patient, then this gone, cause then lego them na dirty quarantine. Nobody don't care, then just go lego them so that the dirty quarantine. And now the Munku them boss. Then why I come by packet? Put another Munku boy, we want come name area, them by party. Oh, this Munku boy just they take people and them fitty fatter. Done the police and no SD, then just they harass people all lawfully. Put another Munku boy where they pop and down with gun in his behave. Put another Munku boy, he meets bridge can any hard pan in him. wetin the body do? He find power now. Who that lock and a boatman too? Wetin do the soldier man? The one where the people like vote for, where the discipline talk. For the government to carry them after hours. Where the discipline talk, man them don't begin they go work anyhow. Where the discipline talk, some man all they do them work then they eat money no more. Where the discipline talk, then just the bill no more. But by all that they back the man me say I'm up justice till they begin give we back.
Once on the beat, on the song. My brother God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, don't be by power, don't be by sense, no.
Now, all welcome once again.
Nobody special. My sister God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, don't be by power, don't be by sense, no. Nobody special. Shebi na God will bless me, Aiah. Seven God na lift me higher. Nobody be say we can't go blow me higher. No they tire, and you what we they do when we the rubber.
Mr. Almami Kamara, welcome, sir. Mr. Abdul K. Koroma, walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, welcome. Mr. Ansu Bangura, welcome, sir. Allahumma amin. And you as well, thank you. My wonderful darling, Madam Iman Y. Ibrahim, welcome, darling. Mr. Abubakar, welcome, sir. The wonderful Mr. Truthson J, welcome, sir. Glory to glory, welcome, darling. Madam Z. Ibrahim Yassin, welcome, madam, welcome. Madam Awanatu Noah, welcome, welcome. Paris in the house, welcome, darling. Madam Aminata Kamara, welcome. Madam Samar Kuyeta, welcome, madam, welcome. Mr. Willie K, welcome. Madam Fatmata B. Ture, welcome. Madam Christiana A, welcome. Mr. Ajibu Cole, welcome, sir, welcome. Madam Khadija Tujalo, welcome. And Mr. Nabi again, welcome. Nabi Yansane, welcome. And Madam Adama G. Dibate, welcome. Mr. Walter Raphael, welcome, sir, welcome. Mr. Momo and Sanko, welcome. Mr. Davis Bangso, welcome. The wonderful, beautiful, gorgeous Madam Zainab Sharif Bangura, United Kingdom in the house. Welcome, madam. Madam Josephine Mbete, welcome, madam. Mr. Percy Krauser, welcome, welcome, sir. Uncle in the house, Jersey. Welcome, sir. Madam Fatimata Kouate, okay, I see you in the house again. Adam Ajibate, welcome, madam. The wonderful Mr. Mamadou B, welcome, sir. Mr. Almami Kanu, welcome. I know say so many of you are there in the background. Mr. Bangura Alfred Usman, welcome, welcome. I know say I go to come in slowly. If I missed anything, then forgive me. Mr. Amadou Barry, welcome. Mr. Philip G, welcome, welcome, sir. Well, I was saying I get a wonderful 2 days off. Obviously, me definitely missing out. Yesterday we been get for cancel because of one or two things having to do with guests. But it will come in a little bit. I get few announcements while I make. I start with that wonderful words of inspiration, because anything where you do, just give it to you all. Any obstacle will come in the way. Just continue for trust in the will of God. Nothing not the way they do when not bad. Even when we see and say why. You know it's in we don't know. So never relent, never give up. Trust in yourself. You trust in God, number one. Put your prayers always second. God number one, you pray second, and then have the confidence to say that whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish, there's always going to be a light at the end of the tunnel. You will go through a lot of stumble block, you'll go through trials, you go meet good people in the way, and I am blessed and I say this with humility, for each of in our way they come each day for be part of this noble forum, and outside of here, the people that I consider as part of my circle, where they can say no man is an island, no man stand alone. And I say this, I'm trying to hold back tears, and I'm not gonna cry, I'm gonna be strong about it, but it's just the emotion of being of appreciation of each of in our way they join we here each day, and the one that were there within my circle where they say to me, they remind me of the assignments where God gave me. You understand? Everybody gets them callings, and the one that we did it for me, moral, financially, whatever way you support me, good advice, criticize me. And again, we're gonna talk about we critique in a little bit. And I get a beautiful video for that, man. Without them, I can never get to me highest potential, to where I want to land. So they're critically important as that of the one that would cheer me off. So I love you all. Like I don't say to some of them. Now one of the platform where they give me the box, whether they box me now, whether they bang me now. So I remind them, say I love them for the sake of Allah, and that is what Allah wants, you know. Or that they cost me. The other one now it's me wonderful. Me girlfriend, Madam Memuna Sue Rappel. Oh God, it give me so many names. The last one is like another somebody. I don't know what I'm going to say. Oh my God, it's hilarious when I see some of these things. It just make me laugh. Oh my God. And in the process of them thinking that they're going to bring me down, it just kind of like give me more fuel for say indeed. Obviously I'm touching some button where it be say that for the benefit of we beloved Mama Salon. So we cannot relent as long as we are doing the right thing. We are not here to do anything out of malice, but because for the love. And hey, again, if God's saying that this platform will bring we together, for now we see reality, you know, it is what it is. I see my lady in the house. Madam Jamila too. Welcome, madam. Welcome, madam. Always maximum love and respect. Mr. Patrick Worry, welcome, sir. Madam Z Ibrahim Yassin. Okay, I think I don't acknowledge you. No more crying. I know, right? I'm gonna try. Not just be words of appreciation. You know, after God, without Ina, there's no salon for all. And outside of here, like I say, so much love with the true people, them, the true friends, them, the true inner circle. It's always nice for go through sometimes the trials and tribulation at that time you're able to know the true people them, you know. Everybody it's they can say something a season, something for real, but it's equally important for now you go through trials, for now you identify the true people them, you know. So I appreciate in a way the real one that in a know that in a be in a thank you so much for the love. I appreciate so much. Madam Fatuma Ansari, welcome. Now acknowledge other few people then before I begin go to the announcements and then bring the guests. Now see what I miss way I not say anything. So Madam Mariatu Conte, welcome, madam. Mr. Philip G, okay, I think I will acknowledge you. Okay, all right. I think Madam Isa 2K, welcome. I think Sabi don't get most of it now. Mr. Mama Duba, welcome, sir, welcome. So now, like I say, I get few announcements. The wonderful Miss Matilda Cole in the house. Welcome. Thank you for your words of encouragement. Thank you, darling. Mr. Ali Dengoti Koroma, welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you. I receive it with humility. All right. And now, once again, thank you so much for your love and words of encouragement. Now we'll go to some of the announcements then where I want to do. On the both local and international announcement. Like I said, now we start with the agents then first. I think I don't already make them clear. I love enough for the sake of Allah. Nothing no go by the grace of God. So long God know me heart. God bless you too as well, Mr. Almami. Thank you. God know me heart and me wish and hope for Salon and Sierra Leone. And like I say, you do not have to belong to the same political party, but me goal the way I want to achieve before God take me life, or even when I'm not in this world, again, this temporal world. Now for see that we unite. We unite under the green, white, and blue. We're not for hate we self. We're not for think evil for ourselves because we not belong or we know they share the same ideology or the same, and this will continue to be redundant na this platform. And I know say God not go make me effort go in vain by his grace. And I thank you again. So again, before I even go to the other news, I want to send a big time falling smile to those haters. On me wonderful critic them where they allow me for stay on me toes each day. And I thank you again. And I say this again with inside from my heart. I they appreciating her because in I would think say in they do harm to me, but wallahi in they help me for now see usai me weakness day. Even though certain day not a constructive criticism, I just call me witch, bang me naya, without they give me big notes. Without they give me kick and box, but it's all good, all for the sake of salon. It is worth it. So now again a big smile before we come back.
Neria, Neria, oh. Zauri moyo ganeria, Mariana. Oh.
Hey, this place we they do journalism in a different way here, man. We get for get fun, we get for cry together, we get for laugh together. Hey, we get for get some sounds how they meet and pull out some of them stress, you know. I know saying and I all love that smile. Oh man. Anyway, on the serious news. Oh man. So again, as I can tell in with humility, so many folks they reach out for so many different reasons. The other day I get another. I love you more, Miss J Jamila Kamara, United Kingdom in the house again. Love you more, love you. So another individual reach out where it's so sad. Then Algeria, we fellow Sierra Leoneans them, like I say, we they go out for so many reasons, and many of it's because we not get the upper hand back home. We lack of maybe the opportunity for increase reserve, whether it has to do on an academical level or whether it has to do with work area. Hence the reason why many of we sisters and brothers then they run from Sierra Leone for just go forget what we will say in a lack of better term greener pasture. And in the process of it, some of them they lost their life on the way, some of them they go through. The wonderful Mr. Wuri Barry, welcome sir. Belgium Banks, welcome. So in the process, unfortunately, some they lost their lives. Some of them, then they hold them, then they arrest them, and they put them in jail. It's so rather unfortunate. So not knowing that they said from all the way in Algeria, they don't they part of the forum for a long time, and I want to tell them thank you as well. And they send an audio way. How you call it's so painful. It's so painful. Now we'll continue for member then in prayer. The wonderful Mr. Lux Kaloko. Welcome. Welcome, sir. You don't miss much yet. You just missed the wonderful smile though. Maybe I go play again. Anyhow, so yeah, now we'll continue for pray for Sierra Leoneans them around the world. The one day, especially where they left not the legal way, but rather the illegal way, just normal because of out of frustration, out of in a hope to get a better life. So like I say, I get way with the engaging at some of them WhatsApp forum in terms of me like sharing the flyers then for notify Sierra Leoneans them in advance. Some of them can come across them flyers and then try for reach out, and it's the way they also sending out with Facebook page and can get all of we and reach out in that way. The other thing is that the other day I make an announcement. Yashek Sise, welcome sir. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, sir. So the so when I make an announcement on the recent issue having to do with Mbanwe or sanction for lack of better term, and somebody been send an audio personally for ask me for the question. So I want play that, then I get another follow-up video where go able to answer that question there, because when we want to remain credible, if we hear anything, if we're able to try for bring it out there for, or if even we make mistake in the process, like I say, I can always come back again, try for clear the hair, because we intention not for mislead anyone, but rather for bring calm, authentic or the correct information for Sierra Leoneans them around the world. And I thank you. So again, I do not take the responsibility when I put on my shoulder through the grace of the Almighty lightly, and I will try for make sure say we use this. The wonderful Mr. Clifford Koroma, welcome, sir. We use this platform for benefits the very best of our ability, and to bring we together as a united force, a united family, regardless of the age, the region, the tribe, your religious political affiliation, and the list goes on. Madam Maria Mataro, welcome, madam. So make her play the audio. And then from there, I will play the video again. Then we'll talk a little bit about it before I go to the next news. And I thank you once again for your patience. So these are all concerns of Sierra Leoneans, where they get worried about certain things. Them.
Good evening, Madam Khadija. I just want to confirm that the U.S. government will put a visa ban on Sierra Leoneans. If not so it be, what exactly happened? Where the country no one gets any terrorist affiliation, where the country we dey do just like president people here they tell me for do. We dey follow the IMF principle, we dey follow them, all the treaties them wey we sign, we dey comply with them thoroughly. Where it went wrong? Because I'm really disturbed.
Okay.
Because right now I don't
for reason further, and I want to go further because other things them way I look and say it's a bit personal where it confide in me for sent to me, but again I just want give in some of the reason why we do what we do here. Like I said, there's thousands of people, then they reach out for so many different reasons. So again, when I come here, I come in front of through the grace of God and in a sincere manner. Sometimes I may not share some of the audios them, but rest assured and know that I speak here for Sierra Leone. I don't know many of these people, but through the grace of God and in blessing, now they connect with, now they make them reach out. So for answering question from waiting me don't find out so far, I guess President Naya, so we don't ask we own president back home, wherein then they request for net and send some of them, some people then back home where we don't commit or don't they under the category of the criminal, whether it has to do with drug cartel, whether it has to do with a rapist, whether it has to do with murderer, and the list goes on. Some of these people can possibly be Sierra Leoneans meaning not they then born, not they then come out. Unfortunately, because we passports be don't compromise in the sense that they don't sell with passports, so the wrong people them. Unfortunately, wherein that some of these people were not Sierra Leonean, they were not born Sierra Leonean like you and I, and they don't come at this country. Unfortunately, they don't come commit crime. Then, unfortunately, now then they defend their home of origin, and the only way then they consider home of origin now based on you whatever your passport say. So if a Ghana man they carry Sierra Leonean passport, they don't care about in home of origin. Then just they use that documentation they for conclude say they're Sierra Leoneans. I say I can recall there was two men then were not Sierra Leoneans where they may even go hey why where they ask the government for turn them back, where I think I don't know if now the island somewhere they come out, where some of them may get underlying medical issue. I think one of them, if I'm not mistaken, one been there na insulin where it says Sierra Leone get much for do for and for saving life, and to Sierra Leonean. So why they not for it say they don't push them from one destination to another. They send them first, I think, in Ghana, if I'm not mistaken. Ghana send them back to America, and the list goes on. So I think so now we're in a critical situation wherein them you do, them you don't. Meaning, if they not take then people they are so back now that way they read them and they can't play the video like I say for anything what they say now so now it match what they say no gets an evidence for proof to enough for say it's not misleading but rather the fact. So like how they say what I mean by them you do, them you don't. If they're not taking them people they are now, the unfortunate part, Sierra Leoneans then we don't suffer. We don't suffer where then they either they want guy for bring their wife now, or their husband now, or them picking them now. You understand? Or any of them loved one they now. Unfortunately, they're not able. You understand? Because of the situation all day. Except maybe they move the case to another country, they assume. Yeah. Then now, if they take off this ban, what are the things that we'll get for ask yourself as Sierra Leoneans? Waiting at the things that way we don't put in for prepare ourselves for secure the law abiding citizens them where it be say we're not gonna compromise with communities them. If somebody don't be a serial killer, now you take an out of the country. How critical is that? If somebody in a rapist, we don't inside we own country already with a battle that saga day. We're not even able to put her under control between Sierra Leoneans to Sierra Leoneans them. Now let me say these people are not Sierra Leoneans, you understand? If them people they are sold and catch them per drug activity, waiting at the guarantee say again, they're not going to continue that behavior day. So waiting at the plan for them people they are so if they're taking them back to we beloved Mama Salon, we country don't get compromised through this passport. So what are the things that are where then they put in place for save the lives of Sierra Leoneans? Are they going to take them right back to jail? That's another question, depending on the thing. And also the obviously the American governments get for give them detail of the reasons as to why then they send them back. You understand? Then also, can they also give them medical clearance or detail on the medical? What about if then they pass with HIV, God forbid, then they decide say then they go spread it all over? We get to think outside of the box. These are all things where we need for think. Obviously, the government, it get for put all things in place, not just can't take them people here because we want to open this ban, which we need to, but at the same time waiting at the other things them where we for also join voice with and where also the governments go learn from where go be solution or suggestion for not able for save the lives of Sierra Leoneans there and with various communities them and especially the young one them. So it's critical. I can't play the video, but before that, now acknowledge some of you we coming. Mr. Bakar Kamara, welcome. You're welcome as well. Mr. Patrick Worry, welcome, sir, and thank you for your contribution. Madam J, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm into that. You good kind words. Madam Memuna Tukorma, welcome. The wonderful baby Thomas, welcome, Madam. Mr. Ibrahim Usman Suare, welcome. Okay, so they come now play that video day, and then they come back again. Then we address few other things them on the list, and then I'll try for bring. It's gonna be another interesting topics today. I get a lot amount of things that I get for present to Mr. Aiah P. Thomas. So and I just rest assured it's gonna be one interesting one. Make a try for bring that thing to then when they come back. As a matter of fact, I think Mr. Kaloko be missed this, so now again they smile again. This smile now for me wonderful critics them. Some them put themselves as haters, but me not they look there as haters because every time whether they try for bring me down, God they give me more energy for basically speak on things them where they benefit we as a nation. So now again then they smile again when they come back. They laugh actually.
Neria. Neria. Oh. Zauri moyo ganeria. Mariana. Oh.
So now welcome back. I don't say I like the smile. So now taking it now to the one having to do with the sanction, yeah? And they come right back. Now thank you. It looked like it all like the laugh, eh? Oh man, they come right back.
New developments in the US that are likely to affect travelers from some African countries. The US State Department says it will stop issuing certain visas to citizens from Eritrea, Guinea, Sierra Leone and Cambodia. The new restrictions are aimed at countries that have refused to take back citizens who've been deported. Well, under federal law, Secretary of State Rex Tillerson can't stop all or specific types of visas from being issued to these nations. President Donald Trump has stepped up efforts to crack down on immigrants who are in the United States illegally. Well, for more on this now, let's go to CGTN's Daniel Reintjes. He's standing by for us in Washington. Daniel, we do understand now that since this new travel ban was mentioned, we understand that Sierra Leone has now since agreed to take back its citizens who've been deported from the U.S. What more can you tell us about this?
Right, so the reason that the US did this was because these countries, in their view, were not cooperating in taking back citizens that they prioritized, namely those who'd committed or were involved in violent crime or drugs trafficking. So in order to provide some incentive for movement on that issue, they issued a statement or a letter to the State Department saying that these were non-compliant countries. And then it was up to US Secretary of State Rex Tillerson to decide which, in a menu of different non-immigrant visas, he would apply a suspension on. And in the case of Sierra Leone, only yesterday, Tuesday, we had the news that customs officials and members of the Foreign Ministry of Sierra Leone, when it came to business visas and non-immigrant visas, would be targeted. And then today we've had a radio statement from the Foreign Ministry spokesman talking locally, saying that they've agreed to accept 20 individuals from that country who were involved or alleged to have been involved in violent or drug-related offensive. So it looks as though the actions by US Secretary of State Rex Tillerson focus the minds of officials at the Foreign Ministry and the Immigration Ministry in Sierra Leone, and that's why we've seen some movement today.
And indeed, Daniel, it really is just a further indication of how seriously the Trump administration is going to crack down on
And I welcome back as Opse and I don't see him. So basically, of course, it then we Queen language. So now I make a try for put on away on local frankers. So that way and I go able to understand for that mamina so pizza for not go able to understand within them they try for deliver. So basically, like how they say, these are all the consequences them way unfortunately we get for live by for the fact that we compromise, we visa them. So we they pray for the best for we country, but I do believe say the officials themselves now, starting from the president, His Excellency, to in cabinet members them for help them for see how they will come together and critically think of how they for able for not for jeopardize the lives of Sierra Leoneans them. You understand, when a law abiding Sierra Leoneans them, and how they go able for accommodate them people there. So if the need be, unfortunately, we don't live in a double-edged sword type of thing. You know, it rather unfortunate. Wonderful, Mr. Sequence Dumbia, welcome, sir. Madam Isabella Robol, welcome. Mr. Alhaji Tonkla Bangura, welcome. Madam Tony K, welcome, madam, welcome. My pleasure. Welcome. Thank you as well. Wonderful, Mr. Usman Conte, United Kingdom, welcome, sir. Mr. Bakar Kamara, welcome. No problem, Madam Matilda. You're more than welcome to do so. Madam Salimatu Kamara, welcome. Okay. I think that's it. So then in the first one, so now we just pray for the country, and I got make because it seemed like for say we're being forced to take people that we really not come out in our country. Rather unfortunate. The other thing where I want to say again, and this is one of the things that I've been share, to the people the way they give me bang chest, bang foot, bang yai. They fetch me from one house to another. Of course, they wishing her all again happy International Peace Day, where na been the 21st, and I shall say na been see with statement from this platform. I will play that again for the one that will miss some. They will come right back again and do few more announcements, and then we will learn to we are the topic. And I welcome once again. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Today is September 21st, 2020. Salam for All and Voice for All Network Television joins the United Nations in observance of International Peace Day as our platform continues to promote national cohesion, oneness, unity, tolerance. We will also continue to remind and encourage everyone of our remit and obligation as citizens of the world. A nation cannot develop in the absence of peace. Peace will not prevail when tribalism is perpetuated, when any set of or section of the community is marginalized and intimidated because of political affiliation or having differences in ideology, and or when we refuse to condemn harassment, intimidation, and violence. Salam for All and Voice for All Network Television, therefore, join hands globally as we observe and celebrate this day. We will encourage Sierra Leoneans and viewers beyond the Sierra Leone community to practice the spirit of forgiveness, stop any form of intimidation and violence. Let us all please endeavor to put aside our differences and help to be part of the world's solution moving forward. Furthermore, we are obliged to provide fact to any claims made against our platform in the upcoming days. As we promised, we will continue to present those facts in order to debunk any misrepresentations, above all in abide to maintain our credibility and integrity to our fans, viewers, and well-wishers. We thank you all and appreciate each of you for your continued support. Yours truly, Khadija Tijan Nabi, CEO and founder for Salam for All and Voice for All Network Television, CEO and founder for United for Salon. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Today is September 21st, 2020. Salam for All and Voice for All Network Television joins the United Nations in observance of International Peace Day as our platform continues to promote national cohesion, oneness, unity, tolerance. We will also continue to remind and encourage everyone of our remit and obligation as citizens of the world. A nation cannot develop in the absence of peace. Peace will not prevail when. And I welcome again. I hope saying I get the entire message. Good evening, Mr. Sheikh Abdullah Kamar. Welcome, sir. Mr. Mike Matia, welcome. Mr. Nicholas Nicole, welcome. Madam Aminata Kabo, welcome. Mr. Aliyu Jallo, welcome. Mr. Raymond L, welcome. Mr. Alhaji Tonka Bangora, okay, I think Sabido. Madam Salimatu Vincent, okay. Alrighty, and I welcome once again. Again, I can always say peace starts within we self, and then also for now we promote peace, like how the video and the audio say. We got to make sure say all the thing and they in place. For now, we're able to get an everlasting peace. Now we country, and for now we also be that peaceful citizen around the world. So once again, happy International Day of Peace to each of we. Now, so the other saga way I've been see as we make the announcements na this platform, I find them necessary for me I come back and bring clarity to that. Then I left at the eyes of Sierra Leoneans then for make the judgment. What I mean by that, we sisters them way been there in Lebanon. I should say some of in Ayari the saga. Some they say whether the one that way be don't reach, they say no to the president, pay them airplane tickets. Some they say that is not the case, but at the end of the day, the thing what we're grateful for is that all necessary arrangement has been made for see that they come home. So that again should be commended. But I want plan because whatever we plan I so we'll get for give back again, follow up just in case. In the meantime, while I locate the audio then they will they come right back. Not just keeping it entertained and will they come right back. No, thank you.
What you learn? Sugar Martin. Live up! Don't give up. No matter the hard times, keep on trying. Stabba-dee-da-dee-da-da-da. Stabba-da-dee-da-da-da-da. Oh, stabba-da-da-da-da. Hallelujah, for food and business. Can when I get on, I got the 30 days. Once there is night, there is no more, my brother. God know the bank phone. Do you tell your neighbor? God know the bank phone. Tell my legal of rulers. God know the bank phone. Tell them not again. Say God know the bank phone. Do you tell your neighbor? God know the bank phone. What would you trust in trust and man a failure? Put your trust in Judge and the Savior. So if you fall 7 times, you go rise 7 times. Remember the story of Job. Don't you ever give up electing choke. Don't be let you come in for 1 point stroke. Believe in yourself and activate hope. You will ever come and be the head cornerstone. Why you think you're full and for food in business? Can when I get on, I got the 30 days. When there is night, there is no.
And I welcome back. I was saying I like that's God not a bank phone. That's not for my own very brother where now Mr. Succulents where they try also in between for now we kind of like showcase them talent. Mr. Tony K, welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you. Madam Metu Bundo, welcome again. Madam Aisatu Kaba, welcome. Mr. Suma Abdullah, welcome. So like I said, there been 2 different audio. One which they kind of like not give credit to the president, and then another one you they hear the angry voice of the citizen them were left behind where they not bring Kami in a salon where they mean very very angry. Some of the words I don't know if I go able play and I so, but I go play the first one. Then I also want to analyze and I want to get advice. So then one day I will make come, yeah. Okay.
Brother, how they do?
And excuse me 1 second. I just put the speaker on so I go hear better.
Successful.
Mr. Usman Ba, welcome, sir.
Everybody. They are not to matter be buy for we ticket, not to matter be buy for we ticket. That's how Sudan and Lebanon they suffer. Yesterday, the one way me say yesterday when the flights left me, if you saw they cry and nobody know even watch me said instead of that then the video back then they sell on Facebook. Salo people will suffer, not to matter be buy for we ticket. So now the 4 ways will be they make. With the people that will be they ask for help and then buy tickets for we. Not to matter be buy tickets for we. The allen no go put on a wire say I buy tickets for B. If you for be ready for carry go, that flight today when you load so now for don't take we all the carry go. But he left we are back. Yesterday, probably 60 people are for gonna 11 people then and go. Where the 11 people then back go? Then see then they left in a airport and so wait in there yesterday. We all left and now they cry yesterday. For luggage, there's all for pay for luggage there. Oh no, get that money they for pay. Now in the lock the gate safe. For making nobody safe no go inside again. We cry and I started telling video back and say we na Facebook back. Dia, una tell them say not to matter be buy for we ticket so dia, we dey at the ban, we dey pass suffer. Dia.
Okay, so first and foremost, me on take on it. we're not gonna question because they say who feels it knows it. We're not gonna question the fact that they say, Madam Aminata Kabo, welcome and thank you for your kind words. I mean, so we're not gonna question how anybody they feel, whether they suffer or not. Are not in that position today, and nobody is just like pain. Now you would feel and now you didn't know the level, whether it's level 1, 2, 3, and the list goes on, or level 10. But the other thing where I go and say is that I mean, Madam Aissata Kamara, welcome, Madam. The other thing where I go and say is that I think say I go through the same the other day here where they talk about gratitude. Sometimes they elect you not do one for the person, but you do one for your conscience and God. If somebody don't make an effort, just give that words of appreciation or gratitude. And again, the other audio, I go try for make them but it being too aggressive for now go play because they were very, very angry that them set of one day I will be don't come force. They make that audio day. So then when they worry say their own life they in jeopardy in the sense that maybe there's a possibility then we'll get some constraint in terms of coming back home. So within me go advice is that within the governments don't begin do let them continue for doing because no place like home. The one they will see and the one they were behind, they're not saying anything, so they're not for be held accountable for whatever message was made by the one that we don't come or whoever that individual is. So the person back then we don't come do I and I just be mindful for ne in a sise in a sisters then self come back home just like how God don't help in and I don't come home. Yeah, so Nadani no one touch on that one. Again with a pray now we'll continue for pray and in hope that they all will come home safely. Now see what else I be want to put the other thing I want to say is that great news as per statement from Madam First Lady. It said it distribute sanitary napkins for the female population, including wheelchair, to be donated also to the physically challenged communities. Hopefully, obviously, again, we will definitely give an update on that once we see that it come into pass. So then again, a great news. Again, I am not here to. Oh, hello, Mr. Hassan Mansour. Welcome, sir, from United Kingdom. So anyhow, like I say, that is a great news for the disabled community and of course the female population. We will continue for look and see once that come into pass. We will definitely come back again and showcase that. Bravo to Ram. I do believe say we all cry for one thing, improvement in certain areas when it comes to the First Lady, and we're all not perfect. Like I can always say, I myself, I am not perfect. I do not want to be perfect. I am a work in progress each day, and we're to be commended. We will do so. We're not doing one for Motaman, but we did one for God and with conscience. So bravo to and again, the other thing again was wonderful speech on the day of the how you call it International Day of Peace. The message we gave was on point. That is, I believe, that is her place to remind Sierra Leonean to be united and be peaceful, and the list goes on. So bravo again to her on that one. So where there is positive, we will continue. Hello, Mr. Bobo Labo, welcome. Madam Zainab Kamara, welcome again. Mr. or Mrs. Bun Kamara. Let me just leave it as that. Yeah. So anyway, like how they say, so that was nice, and like how the man can say the chick was on point. How they can say this baby locks. So the presentation was great, where they inform we about the wheelchair as well as that of the wheelchairs then. But then the question come again. The question come not on her again, like I say, in don't do your part in terms of with the CC, with the complaint, and then there's areas of improvement. Then the other side, like I would say, she wasn't elected, but it did so by default as the wife of the president. The other question come now, where we'll go visit later, because we want to hold everybody accountable. Where is the Minister of Welfare? Because with those type of presentation, or whether it's donation or distribution towards improving with various community for come from from the whether social welfare ministry or children, children affairs, and then also in terms of we brothers them. Not saying I'm discrediting the woman, because say we get people that way they twist things around here. When it comes to also with sisters in Lebanon, where is the foreign minister? These are all questions that we need for bring or present to the table. So is it that they don't want to do their job, or is it that they are not given the opportunity to execute their job? Kisu. Okay, Kisu. Okay, welcome, madam. Thank you. So then again, I think we'll for put into consideration. It is great that it bring that news for we, yeah. But then when we get a ministry, what for they in regards to that area, I believe saying that in place for calm and I call them and update the general public as to, hey, we don't get donation of wheelchair and we get for the distribution to the various community. We want the focus for be obviously the disabled or the handicapped population, blah blah blah, and they are it's the same all the people that we need anyway. So because I know I need to forget we people then at the Pademba Road, obviously they need them greatly. So that's only thing I want to add to that. But bravo again for seeing that type of greatness for we country and we community. I go pause here. Some of the things I'm gonna hold on to it. I don't want waste time with my guests because it's gonna be hot in here. Too many things for discuss, and I thank you for being part again. Too many things for discuss. So they come right back.
Hey, Mumu. Yesterday, them be keeping me brother, my Michigan. Oh, no, you don't know. Right now. There are no group of Michigan business in this country. Right now, the Michigan, they always think they come in. Now, what are this? Come here, boy. What did I come here? Come here, boy. The Michigan, they always think I'm going to be. I'm going to service. No, Mama, what are you doing? The mic on the Michigan. What are you doing? Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Why need to come here? Come here, boy. I'm not servicing, boy. Not servicing. Go down. Come here, boy. The meeting is servicing. No music, no servicing. I tell you, we are going to continue for shink. No problem.
Now, we don't, the old man don't get holiday. Yes, and now for Baba, they make a law, understand each other, all begin to negotiate. Old man don't get holiday. Old man don't rest. Yes, sir. I'll tell you now what you get. Where's that? Because now for down and not go say this mommy I can't overwork weekend. I don't do now.
Yes, ma. Yes. Don't blow me.
As it is right now, we get 45,000 sanitary pads. What we get from Metro City. We go around the country again and make sure say
are we ready? Yeah, ready. God bless you, ma.
I want to understand also because Nayabanomo. We get one container wheelchairs. We go for open. Any someone who say disabled in this country, go for go try and help them. And then of course we get the medicines there. We get a whole container medicines there for holding our hospitals there.
Allahu Akbar.
I don't talk say so. I don't give a break. Let us not begin to tell. You know what I miss? Hey, mommy, me auntie die. Hey, mommy, me have nowhere. Hey, mommy, me have nowhere. No, I miss somebody. But I really want to say thank you. Thank you to Una, and thank you. And I know they stress this less, and every day I know they take Una for granted. una know that one day. For me, anything where I do in this country, if a successful, now una make a successful. Me I just stand there before now una dey do good. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And when you don't rest so, no I'm going to complain.
I don't need to claim. All right.
Don't complain.
Sia Nyama Karoma, the First Lady of Sierra Leone, speaks to VOA on the Ebola crisis.
I would want the people in West Africa to know that Ebola is real. Ebola kills. Early detection and prompt treatment can save lives. And I'm asking our people not to victimize or stigmatize survivors. Ebola is a challenge, but together we'll all be able to overcome it.
That was Sia Nyama Karoma, the First Lady of Sierra Leone, speaking to VOA Africa on the Ebola crisis.
Now we don't the old man don't get holiday. And now
Okay, I think so. We've been get a little bit of glitch there, but in a welcome back. The sideway the sideway be this you guys are too tough, man. The sideway how you call it land to Madam Sia. I know what I'm bring at that time, but again, there's a reason. I guess way come is okay too. There was another visiting various social media platform. I come across another video where a man been discredits the former first lady. There's so many evidence where I've been presenting at this platform where I can present. I can always say it's not a competition, but rather for now we move salon forward. I believe say what we do here again. The man was like, oh, in a way they condemn this woman, blah blah blah. No, we are not here. We are just here to call things by their name. When this woman do good, we will celebrate. When we believe say they make mistake, we go caution, not up a bad. So for now, basically you try for see certain things, you know, try for you love the person, yet you still the person, meaning the person where they deliver this message. You love this woman, but yet you know and try for guide them for not do right or not reaching highest potential with the position where it is, but rather trying for telling things like I see if people that hate them. It was rather a little bit low below the belt, and then also followed by discrediting followed by discrediting the how you call them the one second here. We don't have time to have people here with their drama. We have better things to do. Followed by the no, sorry, excuse me. Followed by the what's in the word? For say discredit the former first lady, like for say she was just dumb and she's not doing anything. I think say that ain't all right, you know. So now we try for bring a Sierra Leone wherein we they try for speak truth to power. We need to try for make as if these women are in competition, but rather than for be blessing for each other, meaning that we current first lady can always like I don't make that suggestion. They can reach out to the then first lady and say what can I do to X, Y, and Z, or which area do you think I can X, Y, and Z. But when people like that and they try for make other Sierra Leoneans who get honest, sincere concern, then present them to the table, then they made it seem like for say, oh, and I just dislike them and not nice at all. So anyhow, now see if me get done ready. Now we start because again, like I say, it's gonna be one interesting one. In the meantime, now just getting they enjoy this tune. They come right.
Power on. Connection successful.
Amen. Mr. Dawson Korma, welcome. The wonderful Miss Rama Korma, I see you in the house. Welcome, madam. Were you late today? Excuse me. Madam Zainab Mance, welcome. Canada in the house. So it seemed like we guess they run a bit late. I hope say not get issue with the login. In the meantime, I enjoy. God can bless anybody.
My brother, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, no be by sense, no. Nobody special pass. My sister, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, no be by sense, no. Nobody special pass. She be na God will bless me, Aiah. Seven God na lift me, Aiah. Nobody be say we can go blow me, Aiah. No dey tire, and we walk we dey do when we be love. Dem tell me so many no, but I know they ginger me and I know they give up oh God, if nobody encourage you, encourage yourself. That's why I sell kerosene, even sell coconut. You know, some they underrate, and they do not elevate. Baba, she more than them with it. My brother, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, no be by sense, no. Nobody special pass. My sister, God can bless anybody.
Mr. Aliu, Mr. Aliu, they discriminate the Ghana. You know, say well, our brothers and sisters. You know, say every time Salon is on the rewind here. So once in a while, we change the dynamic a little bit. This is not just words of encouragement to every Sierra Leonean for say whatever it is that you do, just whatever your hustle is, just continue for hustle. God must bless you hustle, and you on the other hand, where if you say they hi, you are the provider or whatever the case may be, don't look down on anybody because hey, you never know, that person ain't gonna turn the script around and begin help you at the end of the day. Anything can change at any time. Not take things for granted. So hey, I hope say you like it. You know, say again, like I said, Salon music is on the rewind here all the time. we guess the time for connects. It in the house right now, but and seeing I know the challenge of the internet back home. So I continue for patience, please.
Make you no look down on anybody.
Not look down on anybody.
As you see me so, no be by power.
The part I like, you see Ghana they sell kerosene to and coconut, right? Just like Winner Salon. So even with the hustle with kerosene and coconut, you still make it happen, right? So words of encouragement, empowerment. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, sir. Mr. ALP Thomas in the house. Welcome, sir. Can you hear me? Check your device, or you still get challenged with the internet, obviously. Madam Asanatu W, welcome, madam, welcome. Mr. ARP Thomas, now take a break. It seems like you get some challenge within device and our patience. This is now one interesting topic today. We'll therefore go back and forth. In the meantime, make her put something for in again while in they enjoy with the come right back.
Hey, Mumu, yesterday, them became me brother, my Michigan. Oh, no, you don't know. Right now. There are no group of music business in this country. Right now, the music they already sing. They come in. Now, what are this? Come here, boy. What did I come here? Come here, boy. The music they already sing. I'm going to service. No, Mama, what are you doing? The mic of the music. What are you doing? What are you doing? I like boy. Come here, boy. Why not to come here? No music, no servicing. I tell you, we are going to continue for sink. Continue for sink. I tell you, man, you pursue back to sender.
Good morning, Sierra Leone people. Them. This na brand new song we come out this morning by Mr. Upground, the man where they sing for the poor people. Them.
We still live and talk am the palm tree even. The palm tree even. We still live and talk am the party even. Them party even. We still live and talk am the palm tree even. Mr. Upground a there so. Legendary superstars, my man and they call me. They say enough funny. The change of the government, so God enough funny. The system is rough, so me God enough funny. The pan or they talk, cause the pocket them flop. They go with money, they don't flop kind in pockets. They want the way we put them. Let's have the regrets, let's have the ban suffer. Then they pan regrets. If you say them be doing, now we all live and suffer. If you say we then come and go bill for the mansion. The lights we then condemn, now in and the festival.
And I welcome back. We get some issue in no salon Wi-Fi, so it get problems. So I entertaining now with some funny how you call them. Some of them are different tribes. So and I just enjoy the ride when they come back. Yeah, then I laugh small.
I don't like a fancy bongo. Mungo me, bongo. I don't like a fancy bongo. Fancy 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 bongo, 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 I don't like a fancy bongo.
Just the little things in life. You're not gonna forget million, you're not gonna forget billion, but once you're happy with those few people within your circle, you are good to go. You know, so now try for play another one. Wait, another interesting one. No, they come right back. Oh man. Now, sorry, I did try for locate time. As a matter of fact, make I repeat that one day while I locate the other one.
I don't like a fancy bongo. Mungo me, bongo. Fancy bongo. I don't like a fancy bongo. Fancy bongo. Fancy bongo. I don't like a 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 fancy bongo. Fancy bongo, I don't like a fancy bongo. Fancy bongo, I don't like a fancy bongo. Fancy bongo, I don't like a fancy bongo.
Vandi. Look, Sambra. Believe Sam. How the money? Sam, you still para.
Nada golpini. No sada de it.
Na ina so, os we say hole and you for hole.
Believe.
Say so. Believe. You still to my box na.
Ya de Sam what's that? Abada ho ivu won.
Ivu won la just say na le say bye. That film they go. But I will be more than that for Ivu won party. And they want see.
And the output my box the person run and see us on the studio.
My name is Mr. Hindu.
Your name? Just let me live on this.
Mr. Bandi, that can wait. Like a county. I go well.
So you are.
I can believe in your
Kenya, I'm from Bagua Chipdown. Mwamba this.
Mwamba. That is my place. I can have seen now. The gas are here.
Ah, that's about them women. Nyasa mwenyewe.
Second one. What's happening?
Ina mutipa.
What's happening?
What is happening?
That's not happening. Let's say they found you. Ça si beaucoup quelque part nous coucher. Ça je trouve que tu es que tu sois
Respect to the Mende people in high, then like the language. Santimne, just fofkatimne one, fofkatimne, ali do put to fofkatimne. Chondo bangeske club. Respect. Now we learn for talk we language, man. Now one thing I want we know, now we love saloon and left by that.
In that day away, in that one, I kept them in there. In that. Oh my God. The wonderful Madam Kadi from United Kingdom, Sierra Leonean living in the United Kingdom area. And I go help this wonderful woman. Of course, she's doing big. Proud of her. So proud of her. And one of these days, I go see her now. So we'll get for link up. Now we showcase some of the beautiful things we do for our community in terms of, you know, making sure we know we don't miss we African food them. So, and I link up with this woman. Great to see you. I don't know what's in at the meaning of that music. Please tell me. It seemed like the attire I worked today, so they go in and out of the pictures there. And forgive me, oh yeah. I noticed that on me hand. I don't know if they come appear to that in end too. Madam Josephine, welcome. Will they get a call? Salon for All, Voice for All, Network Television. Kindly identify yourself. Who's the call from? What's your name?
I call from Canada, the beautiful.
Wonderful. Welcome, madam.
Oh my goodness, I didn't write paper about Sierra Leone. Every day, I just laugh no more. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You judge me.
Finally, you don't come on.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, me too. Like Salon says, that's what they can do. Then they call it. But tell me, man, for just crew. Sorry, you know. So if I don't look up at the pay, I come for
So why don't you tell me two things, right? What's in
you don't distract me, and I will have.
So I get a question for you, right? I know say the second one, even though I didn't talk Timini, but I think say the knock and say talk to me the Timini, not also.
Yes, I said talk to me Timini. When I didn't crazy for what I said talk to me Timini. If you talk to me and English, I go bang the phone for you.
Then the other one, where what's even they sing?
Oh my God, I don't dare 18 years old. Fuck. I said to go, even when they go do debate, I say, let me do a debate party. All my like doing debate, let them translate them by language.
Well, I I'm glad we all this we get under this platform where they on the comic hour. You understand, eh? So not for all the time, no more for be serious.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're not going to be serious all the time, No, we laugh small because too much, trials.
Absolutely, you do. You want me to always say, "Come on, come on, look at my sabune, Laila." And indeed, boy, they can't address. Oh my God, like how they do. And they can't address. And they wait for no more. You go get me. And they wait for you.
So hold on small. So I don't get me guess because we get issue with the internet.
Yeah.
Yes, madam. So continue for watch. Then you can call back anytime. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you, madam. Stay blessed.
Thank you.
You're welcome, madam. Thank you.
Language. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm so proud.
Oh,
my love.
it's so beautiful.
And me, I talk now with them. There's a this in they say what? If I want to tell them, they will never give bullet. Oh, I love it. Please, send the languages there.
Absolutely. And we need to get more language because I can play the Mendena, so we get one Mende sensitization.
Play the normal. But sometimes I go to school once on a while.
Yeah, no, what I mean?
Some of them.
Yeah, what I mean? Not only the Timini and the Mende I get, we need to get more languages them where we go get for the getting hours then they by God in power. That is the goal here.
I know. Let's do the competition for Mende Timine. Come on, some best Leone. And right now we get them defendants. They don't see something. We go see.
All right, thank you so much, madam. Now just bring me guests. Now we learn to it today, so you can call back later. Thank you. So sorry, Mr. Aiah Peter Bus. Welcome, sir. Take the opportunity for introduce yourself. I think you've devised it on mute. Okay, there you go. Come on in. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for having me on the program. I'm Pete Thomas. I'm very excited to be here tonight.
Yes.
Today, your time. Thank you very much for Khadija.
Always welcome, sir. Always. Thank you also for taking time out of your very busy schedule for come in. For now, we discuss we wonderful salon, multiple issues. Then we are going to present to you today, and then you then at the land right now, so sometimes they only get so it's good that we go get for some news from you today per se. So first of all, how is salon treating you, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
Salon is the most beautiful place to be in Sierra Leone. Yes, I can hear you.
Good.
Sierra Leone is the most beautiful place to be. Sierra Leone treats me as best as it can. I've been here for 9 months. I've loved every single bit of my stay here.
Cool.
And I look forward to spend more and more time in.
Wonderful. So like how the flyers say, we want basically address the current state of affairs. Basically we need want to share a point with the platform, but I guess we'll go on another day, maybe tomorrow. So basically, the last time we met was almost going on 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. December could be around that time, or a little less than 2 years. Wherein I can say anytime we they talk or we they do things, now we just kind of like do the holistic approach, meaning, and I can look at things on the advice of Maslow hierarchy, meaning what is most important versus what is basically prioritizing or priority, or prioritizing what comes in place first versus what can be left for later. So I also get some of your videos that we don't do in the past, so that way at least where they remind you on certain things, at least we audience them back not get lost. I want to start with the very and most recent one, where basically you've been give yourself your submission in terms of the recent travel of we sitting President Bill, where it left for go na Lebanon for a week, then it happened to go up to 3 weeks later, then we find out say it was a honeymoon, and then many they look and say because of that boo-how moments where many Sierra Leoneans them obviously being not being too happy with the word honeymoon, given the obvious of what will they go through, the pandemic and so many challenges where they face in Sierra Leone. Many Sierra Leoneans then frown against that. Then later on, some set of Sierra Leoneans then they say it was switch over to as if it was more on a business thing. You obviously been get your own submission where you give to that. Then the other challenge and the other concern was the how you call them, the supporter of the Sierra Leone People's Party, where been go welcome with president where many been left for compromise the rest of Sierra Leoneans them in the area of them not masking up, and also if then they also learn to wearing holding only one set of folks accountable while the others can get away with it. So I want to come in on that. So now we start with that one first, and then I will also play the video for the other Sierra Leoneans when we get the opportunity for see that video there. Then we go learn to other things. Welcome back again.
All right. Thank you very much, as always, Madam Khadija, for having me in the program. We've come a long way to this, and congratulations on the success of your program. It's a success story that a lot of people will learn from. Now to the president in travel one. So we've got a lot of things where we need for be aware of as citizens. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we get
perfectly.
A lot of,
yes, we can hear you. Even though they get challenged with you internet, given the obvious, but that is fine.
Things we need to be aware of as citizens. So firstly, we get earlier this year, and yeah. Okay. So initially, we get the president get married earlier this year, and since in wedding, we all know say the president go on honeymoon. So we were all looking at it because of the pandemic we happened at the time. We prevent him from going on honeymoon. However, he decided to go on a honeymoon at a time that we don't know. So Sierra Leoneans were not made aware that the president was going on honeymoon. What Sierra Leoneans were told from the press release from the office of the press secretary, Yusuf Keke Thomas Andi, was that the president will go on a private visit for 1 week and he'll be back. So based on that information that was provided in the official press release, Sierra Leoneans assume, okay, the president maybe just take some time out or whatever the case may be. A week passed, Sierra Leoneans were expecting the president for return to Sierra Leone or an updated information from the office of the press secretary to say, okay, we did not say the president to go for 1 week. It is more than 1 week. The president decide for extended stay or they do this, they do that, they do that. Now, somebody will say, why you worry about them? Why everybody they complain about them? But the president, people need to know that the president in welfare is a case of national security. So every Sierra Leonean get a stake. Every Sierra Leonean get right to be concerned about the whereabouts of the president. So the second week, a whole week passed. We don't hear anything, no official information from the press secretary, no official information from the Minister of Information and Communication about the whereabouts of the president. So that became an international news. Umar Fofana commentator on BBC. We get Paran Mock News also make a phone, but it was serious because people didn't need to know, about the whereabouts of the president and commander in chief at the time. And then my sister, I call her my sister, and our first lady, Fatima Bio, updated in Facebook and advised that they will be on honeymoon. Now, it was really good that we know the whereabouts of the president. There will be no civilian in Lebanon. Not 2 weeks to take them to Lebanon. So it was really good that Fatima Bio be able to come out and actually identify and allay the fears of citizens that our president is doing all right. and that he's still in Lebanon on honeymoon. Now, the problem with that is that the entire world at the moment, they struggle with coronavirus, a global pandemic we don't kill nearly 1 million people worldwide, a global pandemic we don't kill nearly 80 Sierra Leoneans, a global pandemic we don't infect over 2,000 Sierra Leoneans then altogether. So at a time like this, when the country needs leadership, at a time like this, where every sphere of the world, every leader of the world, they fight coronavirus, for make we get a sitting president, we decide to go on honeymoon to a country where we don't just experience a blast, we don't clear up the entire seaport, to a country where unstable at the moment, to a country where full of demonstration, where end up the citizens they demonstrate against corruption. This not the worst timing ever. And the worst timing, it can be worse than this. You understand? So citizens they've been concerned. The likes of us were concerned that such poor decisions are made by a commander-in-chief. A commander-in-chief we're supposed to lead by example is leading by very bad example. So anyway, the president don't return. Last week, the president returned. We are all happy. We were very excited. A lot of well-minded citizens were very excited about the return of our president back to where he belongs. The return of our president to assume command, and responsibility in running the affairs of our country. Now, the downside to a president in return is that, number one, we all know, say, this same president, he declare a state of emergency in this country. In his declaration, he called on all citizens then for ensure that we observe precautionary measures for prevent the spread of coronavirus in the country. One of the things the way the president mentioned, one of the rules the way they in place when the president mentioned. Hello? Now for can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we see you. Wonderful. Yes, go ahead, sir.
So one of the things the way the president, the measures the way president take that were very effective, by the way. A lot of us were very excited about it. Me in particular, I think they've been overly successful measures, COVID-19 precautions, guidelines, and so on. They've been overly successful. And those saved lives, thousands of lives in Sierra Leone. I believe that personally. So one of the things the way the president put in place was to discourage gathering of more than 100 people. Now, if you look at the president in return, just at the airport, in close associates, the waiting welcome at the airport were over 100 people. A lot of them were wearing face masks. A lot of them weren't wearing face masks. Others were wearing face masks inappropriately. So this is a contravention of the president's immune policies for curb coronavirus in Sierra Leone. That is number one. Number two thing, Madam Khadija, that I want to mention to you is that the president failed for upholding responsibility in terms of public health needs. Now, also the fact that people are not only to line inside the tarmac, at the airport, people to line outside the airport, people to line on streets, knocking drums, beating drums, spreading clothes under in cars he drives past, in convoy as he drives past. This is a complete contravention of the president's own guidelines. Here is one of the president's own guidelines for make sure say we keep social distance. There was absolutely no social distance kept, no iota of social distance was kept throughout that president in arrival and in welcoming. This is counterproductive, is unhelpful, and it helpful spread coronavirus in the country, in all parts of the country. So this is another thing. And obviously, a lot of them were people were citizens wearing neck band, beat drum. They were not wearing face masks. And I tell you this, Madam Khadija, right now in Sierra Leone, right now, people are being arrested for not wearing face masks. It is rampant all over Freetown. In fact, there are cities like Bo, Kono, and other parts of the of the country, that you get arrested the moment you leave your house without mask when the police actually cite you. So if the police they able to enforce all that thing and they for enforce and arrest people and go make sure say people and pay, I think they're paying 150 or 250,000 fines for make sure for prevent coronavirus spread. Why should the president be exempted from the rules that the president himself under his leadership don't set out for the country? This is double standard to the highest level ever. So these are the things the way we as Sierra Leoneans need for call on the president and say, it is wrong, Mr. President. We love you. We wish you the best. We respect you, but what you don't do is wrong. The president, I understand, but they try for despair rumors about him health. For say, oh, the president, because we know the APC camp, they don't spearhead rumors, propaganda against the president. They claim say the president don't cut him. They claim say the president was sick, admitted, and he was on life support. Some even claim that the president was dead. So the president may need for dispel rumors. However, the manner in which the president dispelled this rumor was incorrect, was dangerous, and he endangered the health and safety of all citizens in the manner in which it was done. This is the president of the nation. He will arrive in Sierra Leone discreetly. He get that authority, he get the option for arriving at Sierra Leone wherein nobody know to line at airport for welcome at the time of global pandemic. Wherein nobody know to line a street for bread clothes for disregard social distance, for disregard face mask, for wear face mask, and all these precautions we don't put. It is supposed for come discreetly in the country, quietly inside the country, and nobody knows he don't come. When he arrives, it can be on national television. People will see and they attend events for see say yes, the president is healthy. But the manner in which the president dispelled the APC-led propaganda about his health was dangerous, was reckless, to be honest. So those are the things that me personally and several other sensible Sierra Leoneans they get issue about the return of the president and the manner in which the president returned to the country that is in danger.
Thank you, sir. So first and foremost, before I go into the counterproductive and the countervention, I want to go first and say thank you for your words of encouragement and your congratulatory message. I want to also equally give you credit for whatever success this platform give. Is we're all in it together, now a collective effort, and thank you for being part of the journey. For also go back to some of the statements we make, I do believe that the very first platform we bring that concern where we pull out a flyer, we state that honeymoon pa sofa posh angry belle boku saga. We do an emergency topic on that. Then 2 days later, we see Mr. Umaru in safe reports, and then other Sierra Leonean follow in the likes of Mr. Kutubu and other folks. Yeah, you did make some salient points them way many Sierra Leoneans then go agree with you in terms of I can always say forget a law in a country is one thing, but for also now we make sure say we put the law into action across board is another thing. And I do believe we platform can always say that an example begins with oneself, meaning that you cannot hold others accountable if you are not ready to be that example. In the case of the supporters, they should have been that example. And even though, and you talk about he should have had like be on national TV, we make example of that. So with the Liberia president, where he travel, it give account to people them how the trip go and X, Y, and Z, which I will play in a little bit. I do believe, I might be wrong, we play that here where I've been saying the way how the people that been gravitate to the Liberian president because of the work way they do, where he come now he airports then welcome X, Y, and Z. But he remain humble, and if even president want that for then go meet at the airport, like how you say, not in this time, many look and say not in this time where the pandemic they go one, they even compromise even in your health, in wife in health, in family in health, and other Sierra Leoneans then because you give one, the other one multiply 'em, and the list goes on. So I do believe, say, many Sierra Leoneans will agree with you if they're looking at it on the national level point of view or safety point of view versus partisan. I believe, say, what you said was in place. But yes, because we want to remain credible, they play first one of the video where they give with the evidence. Some of you don't already see the authentic evidence where the president land, where where it land in the airport, and then secondly the other one where Mr. Aiah Thomas Inception submission, and then also I been make mention of the Liberia president where he land from taking a trip outside of Liberia, and I will come back and give account to his citizens them. So we'll play all that again for now remain credible. The other thing back what I've been saying at this platform, I shy away from certain news. I believe, say, everybody gets a responsibility. Sometime maybe I want to critically think about that, and I will look into it. I will come back and bring that to you, Mr. Aiah Thomas. Wherein I do believe that like I don't share on this platform where a person within a social media where they do similar things like myself, where it been deliberately send me misleading information about the first lady in Peking. But it was up to me to be responsible enough for say whether I go buy into that, because some people they could even be members of maybe the main opposition or the current administration for them and disseminate certain things. Then they see now the reaction of me, now that way me they look at more the reaction of the main opposition. So that is when they should look at things and see whether or not they want to hold things as on a, because at the end of the day that's where your credibility come in place. Because if somebody they deliberately send you garbage, then for now you go disseminate them, then you become for discredit you if you know where they come from. So that individual they send me some critical information the way I believe say if I be don't put her out, it not been put her out now in your wall, you understand, and not speak on it, but I been sent her in the hope that me go speak on it or disseminate them, which I refuse to do. So I don't make an at this platform say I advise Sierra Leoneans them. There are certain things that will be deliberate for me and go say okay there's propaganda or there's X, Y, and Z for bring out negative attention. So we for hold ourselves accountable certain things that way we they see or hear. Now we be very slow for speak on it, because me when I decide for speak on it now, when we first lady write an in wall, then I say okay it's a wrap. Then that one is authentic evidence for supporting evidence for say that I get grounds on what I say. I did not make that up. It was there presented to us. If you get to where they come from. So I do believe that the advice we will continue for give Sierra Leone now so is that to be very slow, especially the main opposition, which are the All People's Congress, like I say, because if anything will come out there now, they will be held accountable. The other day we'll sit on also with Mr. Manso. He gave a brilliant statement. He said that bridge where they don't give suggestions, say that bridge need for be repaired. God forbid the same place where the president did travel. If that bridge had been for done where that president did travel, take tomorrow and go say na the main opposition. You get to where they come from. You understand? So thank God it not happen that way. So these are all things so get for put into consideration. Anything where they disseminate there for that they use you for disseminate them or speak on it, you get for be slow to do so, because you know once the people then they come deliberately for that they discredit you. I also make the example of Mr. Ibrahim, where then they call Mr. KKY or NGC, wherein it don't give substantial evidence of what he been speak on in the past. The minute where make one mistake, then take an output and a fan from one social media platform to another. And I get for patients who they come right back. We don't lost Mr. Aiah Thomas again, given the obvious of the network back home, and they come back again, make a play some of them thing I they talk about, and we they come right back.
His Excellency President George Manenwia will take just a couple of questions, 2 at most, and we should restrict it to a trip. Gentlemen, please.
Mr. President, welcome back to Liberia first. Thank you. We understand that you attracted a lot of support to our governments and people of Liberia. Please tell me, how do you go about doing this?
It's my job. That's why you elected me to work for you. My responsibility is to work for the country, to work for our people. I think we go out to build bilateral relations. And we had a team in Belgium to promote women participation and to protect women from rapes and other causes. We were there and we made our case. And, as I said in Brussels, most of our laws here is in our constitution, and if it is not working for women, then we have to amend those laws for women to participate fully. And of course, we, our government, will go out to make friends, and we wanted to strengthen our relationship that are already there. You know, we had a predecessor before, and so we were there, and we had a series of meetings talking about how Liberia can be helped through the European Union, and those meetings were very well received, were successful. In one of our meetings, I think you saw our finance minister signing for a budget support of 27 million. I think it's a good thing for our country. We'll continue to engage. And what was more agreeable in all of our meetings is that the king himself wanted to see me this morning, and we had a very good talk. He wanted to invest in Liberia, he wanted to build a relationship, and that's a good thing. So it's not only the European Union, it's the Belgian government itself. So Well, our meeting was successful and we are happy. And I want to thank all of my strong men and women that went with me, our entire team. I think we have done well. And I'm satisfied. I'm back home, but again, the news that is on ground, that our project that we are hoping for to develop our country is almost at the final stage, rectifying the road project. I think no one will be satisfied with me. And I thank God that things are working out in this short time. And we will continue to work in the interest of the American people.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm Samaka Douglas from Power Television. During your meeting with the European Union, you assured them that every dime that will be sent to Liberia, it will be accounted for. Particularly upon what you made such a statement.
But I did that when Summit was signed the 27 million. 27 million for budget support. And what would I tell my counterpart that will make sure that the money will be used in the interest of the people and those projects, now for our pockets. So that we want to be accounted for what we do here. And we were just reassuring someone that giving us money to help us that your money will be monitored. If you want, you can monitor the funds, because there are a lot of financial assistance came here into the country. They talk about billions, and we don't see what the billion that came in infrastructure. We don't see it, and people complain that because of corruption. So we said in my inaugural speech, if you listen to me, that will be tough on corruption, and this is the way to go. So all of the funds that are coming in, they're going to pass through the financial system, it will be monitored, and that we will agree upon our projects, what we're going to do for the Liberian people, so the country can move on. My responsibility is to make sure that what I said in my campaign, I want to forfeit that. And this is why I said that I want to build a road, and if I'm going to go out every day, I'm going to make sure that I can leave from here and go rest to Sastan and be able to come back to Masurado County.
Thank you, gentlemen. That will do for now. The President has a very busy schedule
Unlike all other videos the world don't do previously, this is a special message for His Excellency Dr. Retired Brigadier Julius Maada Widobio, my President, my Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Mr. President, welcome back. Yes, I'm saying it over and again. Welcome back. If you don't like what I say, no watch me video. Welcome back, Mr. President. Myself and several other citizens are very excited about your return. Myself and several citizens understand that your safety and security na a national security issue. Your safety and security na a national interest, because we know anything will happen to you of the first family, it gets a national implication on the state of security and safety in our country. And they get a national implication on national cohesion in our country. And they get a national implication. That is the reason why every well-minded Sierra Leonean, BU, APC, SLPP, NGC, C4C, you go want pray, you go hope that nothing bad happens to we President and Commander-in-Chief. So welcome back, Mr. President. However, Mr. President, I get key issues there where I want to bring to your attention. Issues starting from before you left, where you left, and where you return. Where I believe, say, most people around you circle, you close in a circle and go cover up all the things. But I hope, say, you are very people that were really true and honest to you go share this video with you, Mr. President. Make you watch them and understand the citizens' then perspective, then view about all the issues that will arise from the time where you depart to the time where you will return, where they narrate today in this 10-minute video, Mr. President. First things first, make us start with big issues start from the office of the press secretary. Which I say, what make I say that? The office of the press secretary release conflicting information for say, you and your family, your beautiful wife, they go on a private holiday. Right, take a break. In the same press release, then state say, Unaga for do an official engagement in Lebanon. Now, this is conflicting because when you say the president they go on holiday, a president who don't work hard they go on holiday, but at the same time you see they engage into official engagement. That's conflicting. Is the president going on holiday or is the president going to be engaging in official engagement? You need to make it very clear for citizens to understand. So now the conflict start. From that conflict, when they say when they go for 1 week, the press secretary also the press release also say they go for 1 week. After 1 week, Sierra Leone no uniting, 2 weeks don't pass. So Sierra Leone became worried and approached international communities for find out who side the president and then commander-in-chief. Who side they? Because of the press release we come from the press secretary in office. It was damning, it was controversial, it was confusing, and it was misleading in so many ways. So because of that, it raised so many suspicions around. And for make things worse, the ECOWAS summit, when one of the most important summits now we deal with a global pandemic, we don't kill nearly 1 million people. It don't kill nearly 80 Sierra Leoneans. Thousands of Sierra Leoneans infected. When they are over 1,000 Sierra Leoneans infected. Some in quarantine up to now. For no say we personally will attend that. We don't pass 1 week after the deadline, the 1 week where the press secretary don't reach. People became concerned. And we all know say APC champion a propaganda for say you're disabled. For say they don't cut your food. For say you don't die. Yes, Mr. President. All land malicious propaganda they emanate from the press secretary in misleading press where they release to the nation. Mr. President, you need to be aware of these misdeeds the way they happen around you. We don't get a lot of misleading information when they come up from the press secretary in office where you need to take attention for. So now number one of the things I mentioned to you. So all that accumulates into international community, they find out. Even BBC, they try to identify your whereabouts. The only person who actually clarify things now your wife, my beautiful sister, now only clarify things for put on a Facebook say yes, you are alive and well. Yes, you guys are in Lebanon and doing very well on a honeymoon, Mr. President. That was a relief. Now the responsibility of the press secretary for keep the public informed about the whereabouts of the president. If you get for stay longer than the 1 week where the press release initially state that the press secretary enrolled for make sure say it keep the public informed. Your whereabouts cannot be secret anymore. We as citizens need to know because we have vested interest in everything you do as our commander-in-chief. The safety and security of this country rest on your well-being, and for no say we know say president safe and sound. So those are the things, Mr. President, where I want to raise with you. The other thing where I want to raise with you, Mr. President, is this. Yes, we understand from when you get married, you no go no side. The pandemic don't close door by you. You go for 1 week. But Mr. President, we want to draw your attention to the fact that this has been the wrong time for go on honeymoon. Absolute wrong time for go on honeymoon. And the reason why it was a wrong time to go on honeymoon, a lot of citizens are disappointed, including SLPP members, including some of where we advocate for your presidency during the elections. We're disappointed for no say you take your wife on honeymoon at the time where we get a global pandemic, at the time where thousands of people in the die around the world, at a time when nearly 80 of we citizens they don't perish in Sierra Leone, at the time where world leaders they come together for find a way for address, for respond appropriately to this pandemic. We feel say this now the worst time for make you go on holiday or go on honeymoon to say. We feel say that a slap in the faces of citizens that you take a time off at this crucial time. Now, Mr. President, that said, now to the drawing board. You don't come back, and we are very happy you don't come back. We are very happy that you return, don't dispel the APC-led propaganda. Say you get problem with your health. You return, don't dispel the APC-led propaganda for say you don't die, you don't paralyze in a wheelchair. We are very excited about that. But Mr. President, your return in itself was controversial in so many ways. Mr. President, let me bring your attention to this fact. We get lots of people that we'll see on video, what I got for show on the right side of this screen. A lot of people, as you can see, Mr. President, congregate in the airport. Some of them wear face masks, some of them wear a face mask halfway over their mouth only, not their nose. Some of them not even over their mouth, Mr. President. Some of them congregate and dance the street. Mr. President, this is a contravention of your own coronavirus precautionary measures, the way you put in place. You own coronavirus precautionary measures, the way you put in place, where then they enforce now, police then they enforce them to the letter. Mr. President, this is counterproductive. This is double standards to say the least. Mr. President, let me bring also your attention to the fact that not only people march and jubilate for your return, but also people parade you mutuka lines, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people parade. There was no social distancing. There was no precautionary measures taken whatsoever. Mr. President, this is a funny position where your administration, you yourself don't put yourself in. Because if, say, some Sumana grab tomorrow, want to do the same thing, are you going to arrest him? If an Esbrai Koroma grab na Makeni, say they go na Freetown and they welcome and the same way they welcome you, are you going to arrest him? Are you going to send police to harass him? I think that would be a double standard. Mr. President, you return compromise national health security in Sierra Leone. You return compromise the safety of Sierra Leoneans from this deadly coronavirus, Mr. President. I want to bring this to your attention. And the reason we make us say so, you are the commander-in-chief. You're supposed to lead by example. The laws, the way you don't put in place, the measures, the way you put in place for keep Sierra Leoneans then safe, we don't work effectively so far. You know will be the same person we will break the law then day by your return. We know say as a president, you get the power for come back na Sierra Leone discreetly when nobody know will congregate na airport. You get the power for come back na Sierra Leone when only you close confidence then go know. You get the power for come back na Sierra Leone without having all this welcoming. For proof say yes you are alive. For proof say yes you are not crippled. You don't need to prove it in that manner. That manner where you prove them endanger the safety and security of citizens. Mr. President, I welcome you back home with all this information for make you take note and understand what's in their stake. For make you take note and know exactly how citizens they feel. The message what I present to you, me a blogger and an advocate. The message what I present to you, Mr. President, now a message where I don't gather from so many other social media outlets them. I don't get together from so many other social media contributors, from so many Sierra Leoneans. I am here in Sierra Leone. First-hand information from Sierra Leoneans, how disappointed they are that the president and commander-in-chief wait for lead by example, they lead by a very poor example that it encourage people and for congregate and welcome on the street, dance before Imotuka, usher Imotuka from one part to the other, from where they now, where land na Lunge, where enter na Freetown, all those areas, and Sidona Mutukadi watch thousands of people them in the parade at the detriment of the health system, at the detriment of the health safety in Sierra Leone. Mr. President, you're welcome back, but I want to make you know all these factors that Sierra Leoneans are displeased with. Thank you for watching this, and please share your views below, and let we all come together for make sure say we stop this menace, for make sure say the safety, the health and safety of the country is prioritized over political propagandas. Thank you for watching. Aiah P. Thomas.
And I welcome back. Some salient points that when Mr. Aiah P. Thomas make. But before I get to that, I did play back the video of the Liberia president, Mr. Excellency, Mr. George Weah, and some of the things that I want to draw into in attention. Where I be also talk on a prior show was that we also forget that opportunity wherein that we get a press conference immediately where we presidents land now we the Republic of Sierra Leone and give we account of waiting at the nature of this trip, how successful was it, how beneficial was it when it came to the Republic of Sierra Leone. As in I see the example of the Liberia president, they say when they tell and take, he say no, na me obligation, na that's make elect me for now work for the citizen of Liberia. He also say that the laws that we now favor the woman them now we place for now we revisit them in the constitution for the benefit of the woman them. He also give account say the trip was successful. He give the specific amount of waiting them in give them through the European Union, followed by additional donation offer by the king. It make everything clear X, Y, and Z. So even though when they want and the attention, they say no, this is why I'm here for you guys for Savina. Again, this is not for like in anything bad, but rather for now we just kind of like we are here to kind of like present the issue, try for find connection as to the connection we go give with solution so we underlining issues then back home. Certain things the way Mr. Aiah P. Thomas make, we basically share the same concern and that of many Sierra Leoneans that we mean good for Sierra Leone. He make an emphasis on the president compromising the health or of Sierra Leone or the and safety of Sierra Leoneans, and he also make the emphasis on being that example. Like I always say, you cannot hold other people accountable without holding oneself accountable. I also like the fact that he say, when you don't set such precedent, if today we see that way the last time Dr. Samura Matthew Wilson Kamara go now one mocks way go pray, people then gravitate towards Sam, then people then begin vex say why for God. And me, I look and say nobody need to call people and say come on in a come now because of waiting and think about it and they gravitate towards you. So now if the then president not just say no more like how Mr. Aiah P. Thomas talk or Dr. Samura then say they want to do this kind of thing, then they travel where they come, they don't already make arrangements for people that way they go meet them, then demonstrate such same thing. And not go born good picking. And how you go stop one person not for do because Sierra Leone is for everybody. You understand? The car can always say salon for all and voice for all. This salon are for all man and we all voice matter. So wait till you not go once then put into practice whether it's the main opposition, whether it's any person self now the Sierra Leone People's Party, I believe say you as a president, obviously you shouldn't do that, you know, and especially given the obvious of thinking about your health and that of your wife in health and the picking them and the list goes on. So I believe say that in our great points that we Mr. Aiah P. Thomas make, I just want to stress on those points. Also come back in, sir. I don't know if you want to add anything else before we land to the other things them. The other thing back again, these supporters them as well, they get for be responsible. Like I can always play video here say no, we be cautious about politician and politics, you know, because now they don't call you saying they go receive the president. Do you put anything into consideration in terms of your health or that of your family health? If now you want to go, so until you get picking house, you get wefna house, you understand, or you get your mana house, whatever the case may be. You don't think of all that. You just think say no more. You want to prove a point. Say, oh, we go make crowd for that man. You know, would that the breathe and would that need the breathe and would that get maxed and would not get maxed. You know, come back in, sir, before we land to the next. Mr. Aiah P. Thomas, come on in, sir. Can you hear me? Mr. Aiah P.
All right.
Thomas, similar
So thanks for you know, thanks for summarizing yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The videos, both videos, I think it give the viewers a better perspectives than what we try for audience today. For me, we get common understanding because it's not always endlessly criticizing one political party or one leader or anything like that. For ensure that the best the best interest of we fellow Sierra Leoneans. That is the main reason why they do things that like this. That's the main reason why we advocate for the needy. So it plays it's a very key part of which we do. So I just want to comment on the Liberian president's the way doing Leone and draw a contrast to that of Sierra Leone. It's very important when we leaders then with the left we represent the country in any capacity that they return an account to it. The reason why they for return an account to it is because they're representing us. They're representing our country. They're representing what we stand for. So we want to know how that representation will go. What have they gotten from that representation? What have we learned from that representation? Was it fruitful? Was it not fruitful? Was it unfruitful? What are the things that the country needs to be aware of that you've succeeded during that visit? Because when a president departs, there's a lot of state resources really accompany that visit. Will ensure that visit day goes smooth? So it's important that something comes back for either for replenish what has been utilized by that visit or for add extra to the state resources. So those are the reasons why citizens they need to be kept abreast about all progress with presidents and government officials that they make during their overseas trips. So well done to the president of Liberia, upon where George Weah, for accounting people. And we hope that President Yo, either through a press release or a press conference, would do a similar thing for making sure Sierra Leoneans they are aware. And the other thing I want to draw the president's attention to, without stepping on my beautiful sister's feet, Fatima, is that a lot of the information, when official state information, they come from the First Lady. And I think there has to be a distinction there because we see that the president, yes, that the press release with the press secretary released was that the president was going to engage in Lebanese counterparts then on other issues, and we understand now that the other issues the way the press secretary refer to now the people, the migrant workers, the waiting day, the Sierra Leone migrant workers, the waiting in Lebanon, the work where they not get good working condition, where they try for return home. So now one of the things that the president engaged in counterparts there in Lebanon about for ensure that these people return safely back to Sierra Leone. So we understand that about 280 or something around that number were actually repatriated back to Sierra Leone. Now, such information we only get them from the First Lady. It's okay. I'm very happy that we're getting information like that because otherwise we don't even get information. Official government businesses should be coming through official channels so that the people are aware that yes, our president has made these gains, our president has fought this and has won this battle for us. You understand? So there is distinction between the office of the First Lady and that of the office of the state, which is run through the president. So I just see a few other things that they way the presidents need for take hold of so that people actually will understand. Because a lot of people will say, but then I just the First Lady talking about who cares? But it is actually very important information. It's something that we should be celebrating and it should be made official. It should be reported as an official account of the president in leave of absence from office for 2 weeks. So by and large, those are the things and we Sierra Leoneans the needful take note of and work towards for future.
Well stated, sir. Let me most welcome. Let me expand a little bit further. I think say we basically they share the same ideology, and again I re-echo some of the significant points and where you and I agree in terms of press conference. I believe say important for as soon as they land. Give account. Then secondly, like how they say nothing against the First Lady, but everybody being hired for a specific ministry or then gets specific areas then where they're supposed for give account to. In the example of where they travel, the foreign minister for one day in that
place, the how you call foreign minister basically speak to the young ladies them and the how you call them the crowd for saying that this would don't kind experience now we they decide for try for make all necessary arrangement for carry and go and with information minister also for be done there in the capacity for do X, Y, and Z. And again I also talk about the social welfare wherein where Madam Cam, you know, if even they don't get what say donation don't come, the ministry for allow Sierra Leoneans and for no. So again, the question lies where do they just not want to do their job or they're not given the opportunity to do their job? I don't know if you want to add on that, sir, before we go to the next.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about, being open and accountable to the public, because the public deserves for know what are the gains that the president has made. For 2 weeks, the president has been absent from office, absent from the country. For 2 weeks, our commander-in-chief has been absent. So we need to know what are the gains, and the only way they will know which the president will achieve now through official channels, like you mentioned, official channels such as the press secretary office or advise citizens of what the president has achieved. We need that. Even SNPP needs that for their campaign in 2023. And official channels such as the Ministry of Information and Communication, for able to actually narrate, oh, the president don't make this and that gains from us. It's great that our first lady is actually relaying such information to us. It's absolutely necessary that she is actually keeping us updated, abreast of what they've achieved. But we wanted to come also from the official channels from the government, for that way will really cement people and the view that yes, these are the government the report, because the first lady not to a part of the government. The first lady in a ceremonial office. She's not officially part of the government. She hasn't been voted into any office as such. So all the information we get from her, we appreciate it. But the official aspect of it, it is important that the various ministries, then the various departments, they were responsible for channeling this information from the president down to the grassroots, down to citizens, then they actually played a role and do not rely so much on the first lady for the do information, do the work of the Minister of Information and Communication, do the work of the Press Secretary, do the work of international foreign affairs, do this. They have to still play their roles by ensuring that official channel of information are followed through and through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The other thing we are going to also bring to the attention of the president, and basically, like many Sierra Leoneans, like I don't talk, I can always say priority and prioritizing what is most important versus what is can be done later. And also, you make mention of the wedding and not being able to get any honeymoon. But as you know, even the first lady who been going to Gambia then gets that interview, they mean raised concern about was it the right time in terms of the wedding. So now many go look and say in terms of the summit, that was more of a priority because going to the summit is also putting ideas, brainstorming for see how we go able for eradicate this deadly pandemic versus just going on quote unquote the honeymoon. I don't know what you take on that. You want expand on that before we go to the next, and I want to show some video as well.
The entire world at the moment is at a standstill because of coronavirus. Coronavirus don't change the way we live. It don't change every of our society. It don't destroy economies. You don't show say yes. You don't show the world say yes. There is a supreme being out there. You don't Thomas says now believe there is God. So there are a lot of things with coronavirus and some other good things and so on and so forth. The point where the travel driver is that coronavirus is still there alive, and it's still they kill people mercilessly, and it's still there in Sierra Leone. No matter how you look at it, coronavirus is here in Sierra Leone and it's killing people. Every time you look at the news, AYV and SLBC, you see the number of new cases we have, the number of people in quarantine, the number of people that were released from quarantine, the number of people that were infected, and the numbers don't reduce. They keep increasing. And now we're talking about the second wave. So during that time, world leaders then they come together for share ideas. So the ECOWAS summit, and one of the things that they when I the key agenda on the summit. Now for the leaders, African leaders, West African leaders, they will sit down and say, but what did we under? What did we under? Let we bring country, let we share these ideas for ensure that you will able to take these ideas, the one the way you feel it will be suitable for your country. You as a leader will able to take these ideas to your country and implement them. That is one of the reasons why the fight against coronavirus, play a key role in the deliberations, the ECOWAS summit. So the absence of the president as such a significant summit is concerning to citizens, especially at a time like this, especially when there was no update about his whereabouts. So we're thinking that the propaganda that was fermented by APC, the APC-led propaganda that was fermented about his health could be true. A lot of citizens actually thought it was true. Some people actually contacted me inquiring about his health. And I said, that is just a propaganda. He's all right. If there was anything wrong, we will know. So because of all anything and we believe, say, the president in right decision, the right thing we put on do now for attend that summit, whether virtually or physically being there, but now for attend that summit and gather information. Yes, we have representatives. We have foreign affairs minister who did attend and so on. But this is the time where the heads of state really come together and share those ideas. So we believe that it was an important moment where President Fordon seized for benefit in the fight against coronavirus. But instead, take opportunity or not take that opportunity on. So those are the concerns that citizens have. And myself and so many others, they express the views of people in a way they don't even express their own views. We express the voices of the voiceless. And the last thing I want to mention to you, and that the way, you as well, Madam Khadija, don't mention, is the precedent that has been set by the return of the president in such a manner in which he returned. That precedent we don't set, we don't threaten your own quarantine precautionary measures the way you don't put in place. Let me say, for example, President Bilo is very popular. Everybody knows that he's very popular. That's why you have lots of people at the airport. That's why you have a lot of people standing on the road welcoming him. But we all know that the most popular politician in Sierra Leone at the moment is Anes by Koroma. We all know that. A lot of people know that. So you imagine Anes the Komona Makini for you don't do that. So it's okay. Everybody don't relax now. So we don't need to worry about quarantine measures anymore. We don't need to worry about social distancing. We don't need to worry about mask anymore. You understand? Anes decided for Komona that even if you don't tell anybody, the moment people know that Anes is coming, they line up. There'll be thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands of people, lining up to welcome him. What is the Bureau administration going to do about it? Are they going to arrest him? Are they going to charge him for breaching the coronavirus rules? You understand? So this is a very bad precedent, and we hope that the government, the president and government will learn from this and make sure that such mistakes, such colossal mistakes, such high-level risk where they don't put the lives of citizens is not repeated in the future. Corrections are made for ensure that the president will arrive discreetly. He will go on national television. He is our commander-in-chief and speak to the nation about the absence. He will go and visit places. People will see him on television. Yes, the president is healthy. Yes, not a one-foot president. Yes, sick. Yes, kind of wheelchair. People can see that. He doesn't need to come in the manner that he came so that just for dispel APC-led propaganda. He doesn't need to. It was counterproductive, and we hope that this is a learning opportunity and that will prevent the future repeat of such colossal mistakes.
Well stated, sir. I wonder we watch a brief or video on power for backup some of the advice way Mr. Aiah Piggy and they would come.
Be very, very careful. Because power and wealth, money and influence has expiry date. I'm telling you. I have seen people in great power with wealth, access and influence. And like the psalmist said, he said, I've seen a man like a mighty tree with many branches. And he said, I went, I came back, and I diligently sought for him, and behold, he was not. So when you are privileged than others, praise him, worship him. When you are privileged than others, take heed and be careful how you treat people, especially if you have children. If you have children, if you are people you care about and you love, be very careful how you treat the children of others. Be very careful how you handle others. Because in this life, you reap what you have sown. It's just a matter of time and it will catch up with you. And sometimes you say, what have I done? And why me? And why me? It has everything to do with how you handle the affairs and the issues of others. When you were privileged, when you had power, when you had access, and when you were in the position to do as you please with the power and the office and the position and the resources given to you. Did you use it for good or for evil? Did you use it to settle scores? Or you use it to the destruction, the hurt, and the detriment of others? Be careful. Because time changes. I've seen very powerful people in my life who were so powerful in their time and in their days that even when you call them, they won't return your call. They give you their numbers and you call them and they will never return your call because they are very important, because everybody is calling them. And I've seen them. Their time comes and it passes away so quick, like the grass withers and like the flower fades. And suddenly they begin to return your calls. And I say in myself, is it the same person returning my call who never did return my call before? Because what made him who he is and the things he derived his confidence and audacity in, it has been taken by another and is regarded like nothing and is despised and looked down upon, and all the privileges are stripped and taken away from him. Ladies and gentlemen, David was a man after God's own heart because he never forgot from whence he came. He remembered that he was a shepherd boy. He remembered that he was a nobody. He remembered that he wasn't qualified by God, qualified him. He remembered from whence he came, and he did things not just with what he said, but with what he did. As time goes on, you will see he did things to establish gratitude, to make statement of appreciation that God, I will never take for granted the things you have done for me, how far you have brought me. I will never give you anything that is cheap and it is common.
And I welcome back. So as in I know as we do things here, we always give yourself words, inspirational words or words of advice for help we and also help we officials them, wherein I can always say no condition is permanent. When God bless you with power, use in the right way, regardless of what position, power or leadership does not only limit to that of politician or politics, but so many other areas. Them, if you find yourself as a leader, be careful and stay humble. Come back in, sir. I don't know if you want to touch that before we go forward to the next one, sir. Come on in, Mr. Aiah.
No, I think it was a very good message. I think I pastor to speak. I'm a Thomas, so that's not my religion. But it's really good for a really inspiring message. Really, pastor to share that humility is important in public service. You know, because public service usually a given role. You know, you give. You know, and you can only help others if you're humble. You can only understand the plights of people if you're humble. You can only really reach out and connect with people if you're humble. You can only realize, you know, the gift that we have. We have such a rich society Any society with it is rich. It is just that you reach out, you can understand it. You'll be able to actually identify the good things about it, the things that are not working well, and how to address them things that will work well. So it's a really powerful message, and it's very fitting for all public servants, anybody we want to serve the nation, anybody we want to serve the other people in need for listen to a message as good as that.
Thank you, sir. So now I want to we go now. I want to do something simultaneously. The first one is violence in the Republic and violent attack, which I want to we talk specifically on the attack, the Kono attack against His Excellency former Vice President Sam Sumana. Now we talk about that, and then also what happened on that fateful day because you were there right firsthand. And then I also want to simultaneously talk about police brutality and professionalism, their action or reaction towards Sierra Leone simultaneously. And then I also get that video there for back up your statement as to for the Sierra Leoneans they will not be able for watch and waiting happen on that fateful day because many come back again, bash at you like as if you were lying or whatever the case may be. So this is the time for now you give clarity to us. Come back in, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for bringing that up. Look, when it comes to safety and security, it's very paramount. You don't ever know the significance of safety and security until your safety and security is threatened. You understand? That's a key moment. Like somebody who's there and say, they just beat animal with no big deal. They just push animal or they just broke him with glass or this happened. You will never realize it until your life is on the line. You never realize how important safety and security is until somebody who you love and care about, then safety and security is threatened. So that brings me to my point. Sierra Leone, we don't always get with dramas. But when it comes to safety and security, from when the war ended, it's become paramount for ensure every citizen, the life of every citizen is valued and protected. When President Bio took over initially, there was safety and security in Sierra Leone. People felt safe, people felt secured, But as time goes on over the past years, there's been a growing number of incidents where we don't see the very violent incidents involving law enforcement officers. Then we don't pose security threats to common citizens, and we don't see decisions then actions of law enforcement officials that we don't raise questions about their independence. So all these things then they don't boil up to what we talk about today. We don't see issues ranging from a massacre at Paremba Road, Tombo, killings. We've seen Lonsa, we've seen Cambia, we've seen McKinney, we've seen the violence in Kono, and all those things you had law enforcement officers involved, and participated, and the outcome has been disastrous. You understand? The role of law enforcement officers is to ensure the safety and security of people and properties, lives and properties. But when lives and properties are lost at every incident that occurred that I've mentioned, then it becomes a very big concern for advocates like myself. You understand? So at the moment, I don't deny for 9 months. I tell you this, I feel very safe in Sierra Leone. I feel very safe. I don't know whether I'm ignorant or whatever the case is, but I feel very safe. I feel safe enough for I walk out in the street at night. I feel safe enough to drive myself around without anybody else. I feel safe enough to go everywhere I want to go. I don't feel restricted in any way, shape, or form. And I think perhaps that's coming from my nationalistic drive, because I don't want anything standing between me and my country. So I feel safe. I go everywhere. Like I tell you, over the past 4 days, I've been at McKinney. For McKinney, last night I've been Putloko. I was there for until 12 midnight, then came back to McKinney. Yeah. So all these things, places I've traveled, Kabbalah, Konobo, all those places I've been to, and I've never had any safety issues. But that said, we've still got safety concerns about incidents, surrounding incidents they wouldn't know for, especially when it comes to other political parties being on the opposing sides, how they've been dealt with in a very merciless manner. So we call on, law enforcement officers for step up, and play the role devoid of politics, just focus for ensure the safety and security of citizens, irrespective of their party of their political belongings. Now, to the incident of Samsman, I want to make this categorically clear. Yeah.
Yeah, go
ahead.
ahead.
The incident of Samsman, which happened at Kono. My video explains the entire story. A lot of people will look at Mr. Samsmana. I've had a lot of accusations. People accusing me that Samsmana is my uncle. That Chief Samsmana is, I'm like, foot soldier of Chief Samsmana and so on and so forth. Let me clarify it. Let me make it very clear. Me, I don't belong to any political party. I don't belong to any political party in Sierra Leone or anywhere else in the world. I don't belong to it. I support certain individuals that I see that they can make a difference at a time. There were times that I supported Anis. There were times that I opposed him. There were times that I supported Bio. There's been times that I've opposed him. So there's certain people. Fatima Bio is somebody that I love. I've loved her even before she became First Lady of our nation. I loved her the moment that President Bio married her. So they're people that I love. They're people that I stand with toe to toe. It doesn't mean I cannot oppose them. It doesn't mean I cannot stand here. So the idea that P. Thomas, that Samsung and foot soldier is wrong. And I want to make it clear that the day we are decisive, I will get into politics. My political belonging will never be a secret. I will never cover it up. I'm not the type that can cover it up. And if I decide that I'm supporting Samsmana, Samura, whoever I'm supporting, I would be very proud to support them. I am not going to hide behind closed doors to make a point. So now to the point. The incident we happened at Kono, my account of it was untainted. My account of it was eyewitness account. I was sitting there. From all throughout the parts where I reported it. I was there. It wasn't like somebody told me, oh, yeah, this, and I saw a video and I have few sources sending me different information, try to compile them together. No, I was there when it happened. And I know, definitely, had it not been the intervention of his security guards, his life could have been in danger. Had it not been the intervention, the proactive intervention of his security guards, then for don't stab him. He will have been stabbed, as a funeral, at his uncle's funeral. So, and you have people with a how they call the guy? There's this guy called Baghdad, when I've been the district, the Kono district organizing secretary or something for SLPP. He's the one that led the attack against Chief Samsman at the time. You understand? So people will say whatever, but he's a party official, he's SLPP party official who is present in the midst of a of ministers. Several SLPP ministers were present. Several SLPP other hierarchies were present. So he was there in an official capacity, and he being in an official capacity, pull knife or stab the former vice president is an assassination attempt conducted by SLPP officials at a funeral. So that was my account of it, and I still remain on, except somebody's got another view, but that's what happened. Anybody who be sitting there knows that is exactly what happened. We need to make sure we talk about these issues so that we will stamp out this sort of toxic politics. If we're able to sit together, whether you are SLPP, APC, C4C, whatever you are, we should be able to sit together and attend events and so on and so forth, and put politics behind us. This is not the time for politics. This is not the time for governance. The government in charge of our country today is the SLP, the Bio-led SLPP government, and everybody respects them. So we need to ensure that, but we need to embrace everybody else. And let me tell you the most unfortunate part of that incident. The most unfortunate part, not to because Sam Smana in rear windscreen was smashed, not because Sam Smana in Torage where so much stones were pelted at them, not because they tried to assassinate him. That is not the most unfortunate, because the guy was very calm. He was even smiling at some point. I couldn't believe it. The most unfortunate part is that the victims were arrested and taken to Kenema. Several of those guys were arrested. Several of those guys who were beaten at that funeral by SLPP guys, they were actually arrested and taken to Kenema for questioning. From there, they were bulldozed. Some of them were bulldozed up to Freetown and then released later. You understand? That was the worst part. You know, you attend an event, somebody go beat you at the event. Then the police can arrest you when they don't beat, they go lock you up myself for questioning. The person will beat you, the person will wound you, they not arrest you, still there, and they point finger at this person, this person, they argue. Okay, this man has some smiling folks. This man are APC man. When I all level, when I go lock them up. So these are the things. And when they hold you and go lock you up, it's not like, okay, you cannot fight. It's not like you're going to die or you don't, you're there. No, it's the fact that you're probably going to be there for a few months even before your case is heard. At that time, you're separated from your loved ones. This is unfair. It's also important to note that you're locked up. The state actually funds their own legal costs. The state comes from us, you and I, taxpayers, pay for the state for fund get a lawyer representing the state on all those cases. Wherein you win the person are winning the accused person, you have to pay for your own legal fees. So it's so exhausting. While at the time you're still in prison, you're spending a lot of money through the legal means to get yourself to regain your security and freedom. So these are the things that are not very easy to go through. Even if you're a strong person, it's not very easy. It's frustrating, it's time consuming, and frankly, it is undone. And these are the things that we need to come together. You can't talk about national cohesion wherein only very few, where an incident occurs, the opposition members are arrested and locked up. Look at the incident we happened at McKinney, for example. After all those massacres, there were people there that were arrested and then locked up. Where is the mercy? Where is the compassion? Compassion is part of governance. You understand? Even if those people have misbehaved or whatever, but you've killed so many of them for a generator. Police officers have killed so many of them. What do you do next? You show compassion. You arrest those guys, bring them up here until people in Kawama can advocate for their release. It shouldn't be like that. Those people should be released on compassionate grounds. So there's so many things that I believe saying we as a country, we need to talk about it. We as a country, we need to let it be administrations that we respect them. We voted them into office, and they're in office for the next 2 years plus, until next election happens. And we want them to lead us in the right direction. But the leadership cannot be based on retribution. It cannot be based on selective justice. We need to ensure that there's freedom, is free, equitable justice that is applied to everybody, irrespective of your political belonging. Until that happens, a lot of people will be aggrieved, and when people are aggrieved, the worst part of them suffers. So by and large, that is my account of the Samsumana incident in Kono, and I hope that we've learned from that, and I hope that the government has also learned from that. There's several incidents with the government for don't learn from by now. Like I've mentioned, all those incidents that I've mentioned, the governments ought to have learned from this incident to make sure that we maintain ties with people, keep the peace, and keep our country growing.
So, based on your submission, like I say, when we look at things today, we look on a holistic approach. What I mean by that now, making categorically, and also you say when it comes to you, you will feel safe. But if we look at the bigger picture, it not only boiled down to only one political party, because even in the case of Honorable Jivao, Honorable Hassan of the main opposition winner, and then another honorable recently will also been get attacked. I think he's is more on the SLPP as well. And then we also get another case where recently back again, I think a couple days again, the list is so boku. So if we look at the majority, we cannot conclude safety if the majority is crying that they do not feel safe. If hand robbery na the how you call them call of the day, if people then they go na people in house, then they go break in the house, kill them, maybe like how even any side will find yourself, you go say okay, this na the conservative area, or they are the elite, then they stay versus the one they when elite, and the list goes on. So possibly say maybe the one that way they in the position for say quote unquote they can they're comfortable, elect they're not rich but they're comfortable and they're able for maybe get security quote unquote to a certain extent, they will feel safe. But how can we make it safe for all Sierra Leonean wearing, regardless of if we give the example of Blacker make a statement, he go, he pull a placard, he condemn waiting they go on at the country, then the next minute we see how them butcher him. So how can we feel safe as a nation, as Sierra Leonean, and as a nation as a whole, like I say, holistic approach, not only few or selected few, but rather how it will be safe for everybody across board. How is Excellency, the then Vice President, for able for go put the last respect to a uncle without being feeling like for say in life they're in jeopardy? You get me point. So I don't know if you want to come back in before I play that video there. Come on in, sir.
Look, I think safety and security not only a state responsibility, a personal responsibility of each and every citizen. Collectively, if we work with the state, they will be assured of perfect security. Will they be able to assure of even the basic standards that we require? I tell you one thing, Sierra Leone is a safe place, irrespective of all those incidents you mentioned. When you're on the ground, you feel safe. You really do feel safe. I tell you, I move around. I'm not trying to be selfish. I'm being very honest about it. I move around freely in this country. There's never been a point in this country from where I arrived. There's never been a point where I feel unsafe.
That is true.
There's never been
and that
a point.
again, that is
Even
like
at the incident where within nearly
sorry, sir. No, the type for say you not find yourself in a you like how you make it clear. Sorry, sir. You not belong to any political party. You not find yourself in the main opposition. You not find yourself in the shoes of His Excellency the then Vice President. When we talk about safety, like I say, now we use the Maslow hierarchy of your own advice. Yeah, the first one are physiological needs, which is the food, the shelter, the water, you name it. Then the second part is safety. The safety, as much as we are responsible, as we like I say, we for hold oneself accountable because everything begins with oneself. But if we they be a law-abiding citizen, we they gonna market like how Blacker go itself na a law-abiding citizen, it contributes even though people then put on the category of mentally ill, but it's still they go out, it do volunteer work, they go out from one destination to another or one area to another, forgets people the way not mentally okay, it create the aid that in a contribution to society to help with with society. But then if now because of waiting in say a own opinion then go back and bitter and chap him, you understanding, and not believe say I want to look at safety on a if American embassy they writing at them website say it is not safe to travel X, Y, and Z, then we're not gonna call that safety. So I want to look at a holistic approach wherein every Sierra Leonean feel free. Like I said, the honorable when I SLPP them back, APC now they all don't get affected on it. So how do we find what solution we need for put in place, or what advice we can give for now we're able for
make things better. You understand? If the supporters of the current administration, they say now we be on the wrong things, then it's when I need we then constituencies. So in that they don't compromise. They don't already kind of like what's in the word I used that here the other day. It don't escape me. So basically, they don't already pull the secret out. Say we now we they go do the mission there. So you understand? So we cannot say we cannot wish for safety without to not hold everybody accountable, whether it's the main opposition, the supporters now, or the diehard fan of this administration, C4C now or NGC now. Everybody must be held accountable. Now that's not my own concern. I know say you, of course, you feel safe, nobody not threatening you to go make, but what about the other folks who don't feel like for say their life was at some points in jeopardy, Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I mean, looking at safety from that spectrum, that broad spectrum, it ensure that we will identify, the general perception of citizens when it comes to safety.
Yeah.
But let we narrow them down to safety when it comes to because when you talk about safety, you talk about food safety, you talk about other types of safety. But when we talk about personal safety, or national safety in terms of security, I tell you what, all those instances that we mentioned, for example, Sierra Leone is going through, I believe, saying Sierra Leone they go through a transition. The reason why I say that is that the safety we will talk about today, the status in terms of people feeling safe. I personally believe, I'm saying because I have to reflect on myself to analyze it. That I believe that from the days of EBK to now, I believe that safety where people may feel. There was a point in time towards the end of EBK in tenure in office, for example. Most of the time we spent nearly 11 years. Most of it, I would say a larger proportion of it, at least 9 years of tenure in office, it was generally very peaceful in Sierra Leone. Towards the last 2 years in office, when all that fight happened about power business, it became very unsafe because we saw a lot of people arrested, a lot of people locked up, a lot of people, some journalists were killed during those times. We know that. So from that point where BO take over, that hostility, that retribution, they continue, and the people that will actually bear the brunt of that retribution were unfortunately APC members, now they bear the brunt of that thing. But what we don't see now, what me want to tell you today, Madam Khadija, is that there's a trend. We don't start, and it actually don't start from young people, young public figures, young advocates like you and I. We don't start with people when they stand up for the truth, irrespective of the consequences when they happen. You understand? A brighter example of that, now Honorable Ibrahim Tawa, is a member of the SLPP party. Is in parliament on SLPP ticket, but he's the first MP we call out the parliament for corruption. You understand? He's the first MP, not to say APC member than Doamo. Naim call out in colleague member of parliament the winning as a clerk and the speaker and all the administrators of parliament. He called them out for corruption, I think last year. You understand? Then he's the first to even resign on him. You understand? As a committee. You understand? For accountability and whatever. Accountability, I believe that was what it was. He led a team. 9 of them resigned on national television, and they stated the reason is that the parliament, the network in the parliament is so toxic, is so corrupt, is so counterproductive that they cannot work there freely. They cannot exercise their roles freely. Not to opposition member do that. He's part of the ruling party. You understand? He's representing their interest, and he's able to stand up and speak up his mind independently. irrespective of how the backlash on him right now. There's a lot of people calling for letting remove his symbol. A lot of people calling all over social media, even on radios and TVs here. We've had Lima on the last time we accused the parliament. We had Lima on TV calling for an investigation into him, to whether his actions amount to anti-party activities. You understand? So there's a trend where there's a wave of change where nobody can stop. There's a wave of change where they come through the young people in this country. Not even law enforcement like crooked police, they will stop that. The change where they blow right now is very strong. And all these young people with President Bio, for example, don't get opportunity. Former President Anes get the opportunity. These people are growing, and they're not only growing on their own, but they're attracting other young people that are also stepping up. And sooner or later, in the next 5 to 10 years, you will see the country in affairs, the change gradually. It will change really speedily, I believe. It will change with more involvement of women, more involvement of the young people in our decision-making spheres. Things will change for the better, I believe. So when it comes to security, this is what comes to my mind, that yes, it's a work in progress. Yes, we have a long way to go. But I think that at this stage, all the people waiting to raise their hands, waiting to talk, waiting to harass them, it is not new. It has happened previously. It has always happened. It is not new for see people waiting to stand up for something being attacked for it. It is wrong. In the first place, I have to mention it is wrong that they've been attacked for standing up for what they believe in, for standing up for the national interest of Sierra Leone. But it's not new for people like that to be attacked. It is not new for people like that to be threatened. So I don't think it's fair to use those examples for assess or determine the level of security and safety in Sierra Leone.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. So before I get into some of the points that we make, and I want to also go into corruption, I want to bring one question for you as to how we can allocate necessary equipment from one region to another without losing single life. And also in regards to the McKinney saga, unfortunate incident, I believe budgets and fundings are made specifically for a specific locality. If I'm wrong, make it clear to me. So how you believe for plan better now for ne ibc Sierra Leone lifestem will be saved, because I can always say material things can be replaced, but life, once it's done, it's done. We're not able to make life, so we're not for even take life. So how you believe this is all part of the education process for we men and women in uniform. And again, we give kudos to AIG Memuna here, where I will play back again. Then I also been promised for play the corner incident. So, but before we go to the corner incident, waiting how you take on that, sir, in terms of how we go able to save lives in the near future.
I think the best way to save life is to use common sense. Is to use common sense, to put yourself in the other person's position. That is the best and simplest way for saving lives. You're empowered. If you take responsibility for your actions. There's some things that one person they make a mess, it is smear the entire department or institution. For example, one police goes to taking gun. They don't drink in Pega Park or whatever and shoot somebody. It smears the entire police force. So it's just people taking personal responsibility. When we all take personal responsibility collectively, it will make a huge difference in terms of ensuring fairness, in terms of ensuring security, in terms of ensuring safety in the country. Until we do that, it's going to be a challenge. Now, when it comes to resource allocation that you mentioned, that is a key role. You have districts. Now, this country, you have districts in this country where they don't get a fully functional power supply. You understand? You have districts in this country. McKinney incident exposed nepotism. The McKinney incident exposed favoritism. The McKinney incident exposed the former government of Anes by Kroma in so many ways. Let me tell you this. you get McKinney na the only city in the entire country in Sierra Leone. Because when lights go, people they say, "Hey, what happened?" People are shocked. I was there for 4 nights. I just got back today from McKinney. You understand? Out of the 4 nights I don't did it, now only 1 night we power go in less than 2 minutes the power come back. You understand? In Freetown, just before we started this interview, there was no lights in this house. You understand? So sometimes you stay for hours without light. So what I'm saying is that you have McKinney now, the only city in Sierra Leone where you can say they have reliable power supply. How can that city now have one standby generator that is there, is standing by there, waiting to be used in case the Bumbuna Hydro fails? Then you have an extra generator standing there, wherein other districts are there without even one single reliable power supply. It shows the level of nepotism and favoritism in government. When you get a government for try to allocate resources fairly across the country. If the government allocates resources fairly across the country, it will prevent the incidents will happen. It will prevent, people in certain districts and certain cities from feeling like they're inferior to others. You understand? So that's now one of the examples, one of the things that we will learn from that, especially when we talk about resource allocations. Government should be able to allocate resources fairly across the entire country, without any favor.
Yes. So let's say, sir, you are on point in terms of nepotism. Let's say the then president was guilty of that. But then here we come now, like I can always go back again and put them back to where we they try to do better. And then the concern again, let's say we can always get other funding will go allocate to other places them for correct the power or the electricity issue in a way wherein we can save lives. So let's say there was nepotism on the side of the then president, Dr. Ines Baikroma. How do we still go and say, okay, we want to try to give a fair balance, but yet still we do them in a manner wherein it's not forceful, it's not by violence, and also not a single life go be lost. It's just like somebody go, let's say if the people of McKinney now then go na bow, then go try for take something they forcefully killed we people then a bow, they are wrong. We go condemn them and it's wrong and it should not happen. So how do we try for find solution to this unfortunate incidents will happen so that we not go happen again? No side na salon, whether it's Kono, whether it's Bo, whether it's Kenema, whether it's Freetown, it should not happen. I don't suggest maybe better planning, good communication. If them communicates, yes, then maybe they're not informed. The youths, then maybe them for be engaged more prior to. So I don't know what thing that you take. How do we do it in in the future for go back down? We don't get that same experience.
All right. So I just want to make corrections. The first thing is that not to the Bo people or Kenema people in Kanama can take.
No. I know that. One second. No, please don't. No. Now you don't change me word. No, 1 second, sir. Yes. No, please. I know. I just right. No, I know. Saying that governments make the necessary arrangements, but I just they talk no more. Per se, because then they look and say now for the people them of at that time the rumor, then they look and say now because the president want take want send and to both people them, so they make a put on that way. They are not saying no, it has nothing to do with the people that go.
That's why I want
everything to do with the president.
I know that's not what you're saying. I know that's what you're saying, but just for the viewers, for they understand. It is not one region we can take from the other region. It's the government.
Yeah, I think we both are clear on that. We agree.
And government continuation. So we government kind of power then they continue from within the other person. So that's number one. The second thing we want to mention in terms of how do we prevent this. Let we first leaders they need to take responsibility. When I look at that incident, I see so many leadership lapses. Number one, the central government under the credible leadership of the Minister of Energy. They get a consultation with most the key stakeholders in the market. They get consultation with them, including the current APC Secretary General, Dr. Usman Yansane, was part of the stakeholder engagement, including the mayor of Makeni. They had over 1 month. They had consultation for informing say they want to relocate to that particular plant. Please, if somebody go for write a bad comment to get angry, well, let them try to make them reason out. For once, let me just reason out them. They get consultation with those key stakeholders. But we want to move this machine to Lunge. The reason why we move this machine to Lunge is because when I get enough electricity supply, when I get a spare generator, this extra they can't go to Lunge because Lunge generator don't point. We want to make you able to liaise with your community, your people, your city, for make we able to find a way for make we move this safely. Now, if the mayor had done their jobs, if the stakeholders had done their jobs properly, this not for don't be incident. What do I mean by that? Them for don't sensitize the people and create an awareness. This is a national focus. When you see you're moving this from here, Makeni to Lunge, is a national focus. We are all in one basket together. We're moving resources from one part to the other for keep us going. The authorities there, they had the responsibility to enlighten their people. They had the opportunity, the responsibility to ensure that whatever feedback then they get from the people is actually communicated with the Ministry of Energy so that the transition, the move of that generator will be smooth.
Absolutely.
But as far as we are aware,
so
that particular thing never happened.
So
they never played their role credibly.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas, I think so.
They never played their role credibly.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, the boys felt, the information was leaked out to the boys. The youths of the people, the youths of the city revolted. Naturally, they revolt if they are not enlightened. So this, for me, is a leadership failure of the Makeni stakeholders, then will they be involved in this decision? Number one.
Okay, so 1 second,
Number
sir.
two,
I want to come in a little bit, yeah? So 1 second. The one thing we'll all two agree here is the fact that, I will call it a glitch in the communication process. That is fact. Say somebody be lack and they not communicate well with the youth them. But I don't want to find justify or find justification for the unfortunate way happen. So now it don't happen now. We define so it's like solution process. Waiting will be your advice as to how they go better channel the concerns or how they go better transfer a machine in the future from one locality to another wherein they still save life in the process. So again, many go look again some school of thoughts they say waiting at the Secretary General Ion Day where it be say not even day now the current administration, this has to do everything to do with the Minister of Energy and all the others that are involved. Well, okay, now it don't happen, unfortunately. But what are our solution process now, like or advice as to what thing we go do in the near future for history not like that not go repeat itself?
The solution focus on the issue is a focus on the issue in the first place. One of the solutions that I believe is paramount is for people and for serve with integrity. If you get leaders them in key positions, they will serve with integrity, then they create havoc. Then they create so much confusion. People need for prioritize, they for search diligently. And what do I mean by that? If you get officials, them stakeholders, them with government don't consult. The government don't can consult on our stakeholders. Say one do this. You should work with them honestly for ensure that the best interest of your community is served. If you see and say the interest of your community is not served by the removal of the machine, you need to communicate that with the central government of the day instead of leaking the information to the community, which will cause revolt and loss of life.
Well stated.
I think serving diligently now one of the things the way we need for our life as a way forward. Number two thing, we need to be honest and sincere. Leaders, people in leadership role, they need to be honest and sincere, because when you're honest and sincere, you know that your decision or your actions and inactions has implications, and some of the implications are loss of life. So all those stakeholders that are involved in that decision making, including the government, they bear responsibility for the loss of life will happen at Makeni, which I'm against 100%. The other thing I'll mention to you, Madam Khadija, is that this relocation of generator, not to the first time this way SLPP government don't do it. The first time they did it was in Kono. You understand? The first time they did it was in Kono. It was their first year in governance, 2018, that they did that in Kono. Similar thing for not happen at Kono, for don't result into loss of life. But one will have thought that they learned from that incident. What happened then is that there was no proper consultation done before then. There was no proper consultation done in Kono. It was assumed because that machine at the time, they made na Kenema people they learned Kono that machine. So they assumed say, okay, there's an understanding when I learned to learn that to this we can go back. So it was based on that assumption that the machine was removed, and the youth revolted the same way youth revolted now. McKinney. They made sure the machine was ushered back to where it was initially placed. So what happened? The government then re-strategize and re-engage.
Love it. Key points. So the same behavior way the McKinney youths them may be now the same thing with the Kono, but what they did was, you understand, then like how you say, then left the machine there, then go back again, then talk, then find a better way for can pull that machine. At the end of the day, the machine will still move, but life been saved. You understand?
Yes.
Wherein now many they look and say now like a basically provoking behavior for here you go now the strong how you call a main opposition in home and go kill people. That's the many Sierra Leoneans then look at us. So go ahead, sir. Finish.
So yes, you have a point, and I agree with you. It is a lapse. There's a lapse that needs to be identified. But the key thing here is that now cooperation. The Kono stakeholders then cooperate with the government for ensure the removal of that machine smoothly. As far as the information that I've received about the McKinney stakeholders, they never cooperated with the government. In fact, they left the government out dry. They never got back to the government. They promised to get back to the government officials within 2 weeks. They didn't get back to government officials for 1 month. You understand? In Kono, what happened on the other side? On the other hand, the authorities then go put the machine back and re-engage. They say, yeah, Uchi we don't start to them and don't get to go do now. Let me tell you, from the mayor, all the administrators that they place, all the stakeholders, then work with the government for understand, for educate people and go on radio, for educate people and say that machine in a lens, then can be lent to you. They need for carry a machine, they go back.
See that?
Right now, I don't know the work, need for carry and go back.
Yes.
And the other people that came on board was the honorable members of parliament.
See.
You understand?
I see.
The honorable members of parliament also then go on radios, then go around talking to their constituencies, their constituents and educating them. You understand?
Yes.
Within few days, the people understand exactly what had happened because people are just saying machine come, the machine they go. They don't know whether it was
so from your submission,
they had no idea.
Yes, sir. From your submission, there was ample time and ample notice given to the people them of Kono. The first one, they may resist, then allow them for them to resist, then give them more time, then engage more folks, for the youth they understand, say this year so, power they can't pull them, but to God, no life no go lost now so. So based on your submission, the goal was accomplished, but at the same time, life was saved.
Yes, my submission, yes. Then partially what I try for it. But what I'm actually holistically trying to say is that lives were saved, properties were saved based on due to the cooperation of the local authorities and stakeholders. You understand? The local authorities and stakeholders play a key role. Even when the machine was returned, if then local authorities did not been cooperate to the central government, the disaster where it don't happen at McKinney for don't still happen at Kono, maybe even worse. You understand? But what I see, let me say this, let me make this very clear. My heart goes out to all the people who lost their life at McKinney. And nobody know for lost in life because of machine. Nobody know for lost in life because of property, especially at the hands of government officials, law enforcement officials. It is undone, and I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. And I've done that in my video as well. I condemn that in the strongest possible terms, and I've put in our blood on the hands of the Bureau administration, where Sierra Leoneans then go judge them 2023. I believe that will happen. Sierra Leoneans will not forget that. That said, I believe that blood on the Bio administration are the same blood in the local authorities and the stakeholders they hand at McKinney, it did at the hand as well. And McKinney residents, then for George, then stakeholders, then they, whenever the opportunity arises, because of the lack of leadership, the lack of or the inaction, now a partial contributing factor to the incident will result into loss of life. So not only central government should be held responsible, but the local authorities in McKinney should be equally held responsible for not playing their roles for save lives, for ensure that they take proactive actions in response to it. Because they may see and say, okay, this is not going to be good, not going to end up well, therefore I advise the government of the day instead of disengaging the government of the day. So it is a collective failure will not happen there, both by the side of the government and also the local authorities in Makeni.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll just take a break on the attack of Kono and then we'll come right back, sir.
Kono, we know Kono for a lot of good and horrible things. But this particular one, it precedes all of the other horribles that we're known for. A horrible where the life of the son of this soil is being threatened by a non-entity, by a group of people who identify themselves as SLPP. A life of the son of this soil, a honorable former vice president of this nation, in his own city, in his own home, at his uncle's funeral. People try to assassinate him. This tops the list of all the horribles I've ever heard about Kono. But first, I want to express a sincere condolences to the Kongoba family. May the soul of the late PC rest peacefully. On a particular note, I also want to express my sincere, my heartfelt pain for the loved ones of the late PC. No loved one deserved for experience the horrific events of yesterday, the 12th of July. What didn't happen yesterday in Aiah and Kwedu City? It don't create so many pains in the hearts of most people and with them in day. The one the way we hear whatever you hear, but you women did it like I was. You would be ashamed of yourself as a Kono person sitting there to witness what happened yesterday. It's so horrible. It took me time to even write it down so that I can actually analyze it without emotions. First things first, Sam Sumana and his entourage arrived at the funeral of late PC Kongoba at 11:30 a.m. yesterday. The incident occurred at around 3:30 p.m. That's 4 hours difference from the time he arrived with his entourage to the time the incident took place. These are the facts. When Samsumana arrived, he sat down at the high table with all the other dignitaries. Of all those dignitaries that were there, including government officials, he thanked them for coming to attend his uncle's funeral. He welcomed them to their Kongoba house, their home, and he admonished them and he said, this is not politics time. This is the time, this is the morning time. This is the time for us to bask in the memory of late PC Kongoba, my uncle. He encouraged all of them to work together. I'm not saying this, I say this because I was there. Out of all the videos they want to make, this is not the only video who say I be actually sit down there, they watch everything from before, during, and after the event. I was there. So I'm giving you first-hand information. And they all spoke as well and acknowledged that it was great to be there. What happens next? Everybody marry, woman, and they sing and they dance, food being cooked. It was okay. So imagine from 11:30, Samsumana was there. The official event actually started around 2:30 when the MC announced the order of the program. That's where it all started. Everything was peaceful. The MC said, the late pine body day, then they about for arrival. He said within half an hour to 45 minutes, the body get for arrival. But here is the order of the event. The order of the event, as he read, the family has agreed that the person wait for receive the body, the coffin, at the door upon arrival. Now a family member, the nephew of the late PC Kongoba, a no lesser person but Chief Alaji Samuel Samsumana. And he read all the other programs on the agenda, including the fact that the current vice president is going to be there, the ministers were going to be there, paramount chiefs, wives of paramount chief, and other dignitaries were going to be there. He acknowledged everything and listed out the program. The moment that listing was that program was announced, some ministers disappeared. Some people disappeared. Phone calls were made. I could see from where I was sitting, but you couldn't. It was hard for even contemplate. Anybody could be so daft. Somebody would be so evil as to think about a plan for disrupt that program that has been announced by the family. But it happened. About 10-15 minutes before the body arrived, straight away we just see this guy what they call Mamadi Baghdad, who is, by the way, the SLPP district organizing secretary for Kono. So he's an official representative of SLPP party. Then came dressed in SLPP clothing. I could see green and white SLPP hats and written SLPP. They had a green banner that they came with, and obviously the banner of the late chief as well. There were two banners that they brought. They brought it shouting, "This now we funeral. This nobody takes care of this funeral. We will only allow somebody who want allow. Nobody who can dominate this. Which we see." And then they happened. They came there, about 20 of them came, and they were parading, and everybody just stood away, observing the menace that was occurring at the time. So what happened next? They forcefully grabbed the mic from the MC that the family designated and announced that the late PC Kongoba was an SLPP member, and so the funeral is an SLPP funeral. So they are not going to allow anybody to speak that they don't want to speak. Only through them, only who they want to speak will speak. After about 10-15 minutes of them waju, they called them. That same guy, the way he dropped the mic, he gave the mic to the other guy. He walked straight to Samsumana. I was there, I was sitting next to. It was just 2 or 3 people between myself and Samsumana. He came and sat there, and he stood there in front of the security, and the security guy, "Please move away." Because it was intimidating. After saying all that, he came there, stood in front of Samsumana, and the security guy standing and said, "Please move away." So they tried to usher him. That's discussion when they tried to get him for let him move away. We refused. Then Kabale all grabbing out, "Yeah, what's in?" They all came. They all rushed towards where Samsumana was sitting. So the security guys then formed a line for block them. Samsumana at all that time was sitting at the back. He didn't even move. He didn't even shake. He didn't say anything. SSD officers came for traffic stop. Then they were still pushing. And anyway, the thing coiled down. So there's still a zing Madabio. This is true. It was like a movie, watching a horrible movie, a horrific movie at the time. Saying Madabio, at a funeral of PC Kongoba, who is the uncle of Samsumana. You understand? So then the program, they managed to call Samsumana. They said, "Let Samsumana go," because at that time they don't bring the body, they don't put her inside. Samsumana was supposed to receive the coffin, but he sat there. He didn't go anywhere. These guys were all over the place. They bring the coffin inside, and then they invite the paramount chiefs, and then they invite Samsumana. And Samsumana say, "This is too chaotic. I don't want to go in there, and I don't want these guys, to cause any more havoc because of my presence. So I want to sit here. It is not safe."
And I welcome back. I know say when thing happen right at the next day, I guess you been give submission, so they'll be fresh now your mind. So not everything you go recall. So hence the reason why I just play them for again the viewers, they know exactly what will be the refer to. So now I want to bring some stuff for them simultaneously for now we engage. Now we talk further on those. The one which is the corruption and white paper, many they look and say could possibly be a selective justice holding those that from the previous
not only for hold the main opposition, but also those from the previous administration that belongs to this current administration. What's in I take on that? That's one. Then I also want to we talk about the C4C saga from Honorable Lamin, and the list goes on. And then also I go want you enlighten we see recently back again members of the C4C na where they burn the T-shirts with the face of His Excellency former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Samsumana. I want to talk about them two, then they simultaneously, and then we'll go down to the next. So what's in the going on with C4C? What do you think? And obviously there's a lot of saga going on that. What's in your take on that? Come on in, sir. And then we'll talk about the corruption simultaneously.
The Coalition for Change political party, it go through a period where so many other political parties don't go through, especially new political parties. You have challenges, you have leadership issues, you have betrayals, you have a lot of all those things that happen, and most times if you look at political parties, the one where they start are not where they end up. The one where they start are not the way in a hem of things. Most times the ones who started it would be gone long before the success becomes a reality. So what we don't see with C4C is that they start off really well under the leadership of the former leadership of Samsumana. We then get a chairman, Mr. Sandy Tamba Sandy, and then they wipe out the entire Kono, and I believe the formation of C4C is a significant contributing factor to APC not succeeding. Because a lot of people may sympathize with the predicament of some the manner in which APC are treated in maritime. But also shows say Samsumana is a very powerful force when it comes to Sierra Leone politics. A man that was shoved aside comes and proves himself that is worthy and is somebody that cannot be pushed around. So because of all that, APC lost power. Now, so C4C get 8 members of parliament. Based on the information we received from the then decided, well, one of the 8 members of parliament, which they of them had ever been to parliament before, all 8 of them, it was the first time. So they decided, okay, we'll just try one person now for make you be a leader of the parliamentary caucus leader, because if they all never been through it, they've all never been in parliament before, then it's a trial, so one of them had to lead, and Emerson Lamina was one lead. Within the same year, 2018, 5 members of in caucus, imagine there are 8 of them, 5 members, that's nearly 75% of in caucus. They write a vote of no confidence against it. 5, 2018. They say he's divisive. The allegations were he's divisive. He lacks leadership abilities and so many other stuff. 5 members. But what happened at the time? The chairman and the national executive of the party never want to see disunity within the party. They don't want to let people say, oh, not disunity is because they want to just not enter the parliament and appoint somebody in a role as a leader, they straight away want to remove them. It sends a very bad image out there. So because of that, the national executive decided to mediate and coil down that revolt that was coming within the caucus and keep Emerson there. Now, fast forward 2.5 years later, there is not a single thing this caucus leader ever condemned. Imagine C4C in opposition. They are not in governance. And you get a caucus leader where they support all kind of botobata where this bio administration they present at parliament. The good, the bad, the ugly, he supports everything. He never opposes it. So the natural assumption is that the man don't sell out to SLPP. That is the natural assumption. And rightly so, because he is never criticized. In fact, there was a point in time where Honorable Cherikuku referred to him in Parliament as the SLPP parliamentary spokesman. Because anything where SLPP present, they actually talk in favor of that better than the SLPP members of Parliament. So Honorable Emerson Lamina begin the deceiving party from the onset. So now the party, the last straw we pull is that we will vote the National Electoral Commissioner in try for approval at Parliament. In party do a press release just like APC did, and they say they will not support that approval. And they state the reasons. One of the reasons is that this man now, we resign even which 1 year it. It will be 1 year as constitution demands. The other thing is that need for ensure say, to SLPP member and all these other things that he needed information. The guy is overly qualified for the role, but he needed information to inform their decision as to whether to support or not. But at that time, they decided not to support until they received the information. What happened? Emerson Lamina go to Parliament and supported the approval process, and the guy was approved. So that was the last straw when party then decide say they will replace him as caucus leader, and he's been replaced. He's no longer the caucus leader for C4C. The current caucus leader for C4C is Honorable Francis Bello, deputized by Honorable Sir Charles. So Honorable Emerson Lamina is just an ordinary member of Parliament at that official as far as C4C party is concerned, and members and stakeholders. We're all aware that the speaker refused C4C the request. And during that testimony, the speaker request say the leader of the party, which is Honorable Dr. David Baikonte, will replace Sam Sumana. Now, if for sign the letter, until he signed the letter, you know, recognize that. Honorable David Baikonte go and sign that letter and send them to the Parliament, to the speaker. The moment the speaker received the letter, in time for making decision, few other guys then from the diaspora, then put an injunction on the chief for removing him as the caucus leader in Parliament for making no sense for C to SLPP. They don't mortgage to SLPP for selfish interest. So all those things came up, and they put injunction on the party and C4C at the moment. But let me say this: Emerson Lamina in failure, not to the only failure. The failure also on the side of the national executive. The reason why we can say this is because it has leaders. If we get foresight, if we will look ahead and say, oh, this is happening, we don't see a trend within the first 6 months of this Bobo William put as caucus leader. 5 of the other honorable members of Parliament, that's 75%, then vote of no confidence against him. They should have taken a decisive action for correct demeanors of Emerson Lamina, but they accommodate and take 2.5 years later. We some people don't want to be then they say they remove us. That is why they are where they are today. It is a lack of leadership that has resulted to the current predicament of C4C, where they get stuck in court today by a case where they go before, they can't be. Decisions that are not making the affairs of the party remains in limbo because of the injunction that has been taken against the party by people who do not get the best interest of the party. So in terms of C4C, that is my view on it. I believe that C4C will continue. I believe that it will overcome this particular challenge that they go through, and I believe we will continue with a better leadership we didn't get in place. Current leadership we didn't get in place of the national executive is very strong and very honest, very sincere with the Kono people and the C4C. party, and I believe say that we will take seat for seat to higher heights. With people like Honorable David by Conte, Basandi, and others, then we will take seat for seat, and they will learn from the mistakes that we themselves don't make for encourage Emerson to whose side don't get to today for move the party forward comes 2023. For they will play a key role, continue to play a key role in national politics.
Wonderful. Before you go now to the white paper, make a play something we will listen to, where the Minister of Information give the general public to one of the local station, and then we come right back. Thank you.
And when you go actually come on. So, Mr. Minister, this brief into what about the establishment of the commission to now the white paper the commoner do. So give me more information.
Okay, so Family go recall say where His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio was sworn in on the 4th of April in 2018. One of the first orders of business we do on the 6th of that same month, it officially announced the institution of a government transition team for take stock of what we inherit, who Saudi, and for advice on next steps. That team they been led by Professor Francis. Other members of the team will also be there. We'll not spend time for one day. So they will do a very hard work and then present a report. That report today being point systemic, widespread, and astonishing levels of corruption will be characterized the last administration. So as a result, corruption and maladministration, general malfeasance, like we Whitman and the Putam, will be characterized the last administration. So they may make a series of recommendations, but at the keep for the purpose of this conversation, just to the one where they deal with the commissions. They may propose the establishment of judge-led commissions of inquiry for look into assets, for do forensic audits, and for look into general governance and administration. So that commission they start work officially, then submit the report to His Excellency the President na Special Court building on the 25th of March, right? 25th of March this year. Yeah, so 6 months on, as per law required, was supposed to publish the commissions they work together with government position. From the other white paper, we then do things like commission of inquiry in this context. Then they do the report where they contain the recommendations. Government said they sit down, they consider the recommendations, and the one way you accept, the one way you not accept. The position of government now they be reflected in the white paper. Because the way you talk and so it will look like say na white paper, not in the white paper now that they did it. Now the position of government, whether we accept this, we reject this, or na so A, B, C, D. Now in the white paper. So as per law required, we're supposed to publish the white paper this week. I tell when I say now the 25th of the month of March, His Excellency may officially receive the commission reports there. Now the Special Court building. So the law is the 6 months latest if we publish here together with the white paper. And this we now a law and order administration. This president, this government, like I always say, want for play by the rules. So as a result of that, with the publisher this week.
What are some of the things that within inside this white paper?
Well, the commissions, like I say, the good thing is, and this is novel, this is strange. Again, it can only happen in a new direction administration. For the very first time, we allow the media for broadcast live all the proceedings of the commission. So by now, Farm then gets a fair idea of this kind of thing. And what will be more interesting, in spite of all the fears by people then who witch hunt, it ended up not being a witch hunt. Nobody was lynched, nobody was intimidated, it was held in open court, widely broadcast, and all lengths in a day. Just for show now. And when one of the commissioners, the wrap up, important for note this one, they hand over the report to His Excellency President Bill. Justice Bill Bella, a member, he said this one very unprecedented in the history of Africa. You set up a commission, you promise it will be independent, you don't interfere with the process at all, you don't even call one judge, nobody has any time. That is going to tell you the product now also will be credible and like the process.
All right, so it's not the position of government.
Well, not the position of government. Well, we set the commissions up. at expense of taxpayers because the president believes say corruption don't hemorrhage this country. Corruption is the choke in the development process. Corruption na make somebody, for example, Namongo, they see in a makeshift school, right? Corruption na not do na make somebody go na a healthcare center and not get drugs, even though that don't improve substantially in the last 2 years. So yeah, so the question again.
So the question, what's in the inside? What's the recommendation? What's in the recommendation? What's in for the inside the white paper?
No, I will tell you what's in not the inside the white paper. One of the things where the commission begin, all man they say that they come back from holding politics is on switch on the one for stop APC politicians or that politicians, people that will be non served from holding public office. The president, na person will believe say, everybody forgets a fair chance for present himself for public office. So nobody, I really mean nobody will be banned from holding public office. That much I know.
This why
the president in personal conviction say, you will be playing into the hands of the naysayers, right? The doom and gloom prophets. When they say, they want to run after all contest. Nobody not interested. This is a very competitive president. When it comes to time for running for elections, his work will speak for himself and will be there to trumpet it on rooftops.
So if I can guess, it means say some of the things that we go inside in and that they go hand over anybody with a fancy be involved in corruption to the ACC and also seize property them. That's what where they inside the white paper.
Let her note this.
No, just answer me. That it's some of the things and the way they inside the white paper.
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay.
Mr. Minister, this white paper all they discuss about section 1492 of the Salon Constitution states say the president for publish the white paper together with the report of the commission within 6 months time from the date when they hand over the report of the commission to them. And now you didn't have public radio, they discuss about the white paper, where according to what's in the constitution, will not see it happen. The president not publish the white paper. It's things say they go against the constitution.
Which provisions in the constitution go?
Not just the read to you.
No, not so you say.
The president supposed for publish the white paper with reports from the commission 6 months till they hand over.
Why does it preclude people from making running commentaries on it? Now that make I say we're not going to go into the nitty-gritties of waiting. I don't tell you say I will tell you what is not in the white paper. I have not told you what is in the white paper.
The white paper here.
I have not told you what is in the white paper. But this is a commission they held in open court, public. Every people there, as far as my village now follow, they follow this commission.
That maybe don't happen publicly, but we talk about now this white paper we did.
I have not said anything about it other than the fact that it's coming, we will comply with the constitutional provisions, we will publish it within the 1 month, and besides, I don't add what's in the white paper. I'm not going to tell you what's in the white paper.
So, what's in the white paper? You talk about.
No, what's not did in
the white paper.
Yeah.
You don't think say this enough for let the public begin make speculation as to waiting go day na this white paper where you say.
Yeah, so what is wrong with the public make speculation? They don't make speculation about everything, including the president's health. Yeah? Everything they don't make speculation about. This for we as a country is a make or break issue. When the president they talk about corruption, they say it is much about the previous administration as it is about us.
So as a government spokesman, why you not be just don't wait let the president officially publish this white paper? You come now and tell people the details.
I'll tell you what's in the operate in other countries. This is a very disciplined administration, I can tell you that. Now the US and UK, for example, they are official for letting them do leaks there. Then they do leaks there of very classified documents there from the very seat of government. We have been disciplined enough, we are not doing that. But it's also important, this is about Sierra Leone. This is about the very heart and soul of a country. So if I talk about that, what the president of Nigeria, people that spend all the time, fabricate all kind of things, speculate all kind of things. You know how long talk about the white paper?
Mr. Minister,
this is the right thing to talk about instead of that. That's
Mr. Minister, calm down.
Mr. Minister is not up. He's just getting very much involved in the, absorbed in the conversation.
Okay, so you said talk about leaks. Before you talk about the leaks, I don't know Tandong. People in Key let out some very important 1 or 2 information.
We are not going to do that.
Allow me, Mr. Minister. So I can be asked you just now, which you confirm says some of them people away. the recommendation they say na the ACC will go for handle them, deal with them. But also another information say they will go for seize property them.
That's something that we're common. Now like what you said, that people in the born, neither man or woman. Yeah, they're not do commissions of inquiry. It lead to the unusual for let it be. Let them say, okay, well, they are nominating for national award. I mean, then these things don't happen. Now the thing that all the common sense, rule of something.
In the white paper, is it true that you now go ask former politician for payback some of the
definitely, if it's proving that you don't look state resources,
they prove. I'm saying now it's in the white paper.
Or it's there. Or if it's there,
I'm asking.
Well, something like an anecdote. Yes, if you dip your hand into the cookie jar, then we'll ask you for the restitution. Yeah.
All right. Well, relax, man. When they come back to you, the program Good Morning Salon, 8:14 at the time for my studio clock.
This woman, man. Oh my God, me them sick. Wow. You make we information minister sweat. Now me they run for that kind platform. Yeah. With the Khadija, they wow, I love it. The woman one gina right, one gina left. But anyway, I'll bring some points then before I bring Mr. A.P. Thomas in. So, me namesake, the beautiful Khadija, instead of make some salient points them, he say he make reference to 1492 section of the Aiah, if I can recall, of the Constitution, where it said the president get for publish the the Aiah, the white paper within 6 months period. You understand? Then he also say he asks he then challenge him couple time for net the information minister give the in total or the nitty gritty of waiting the inside the white paper. He say in order in the position for do that. The two where I find them to be hilarious. They couldn't go say 0 to 100 real quick. In other words, them even get for caution. Information minister say, come on, sir, calm down. Now I say, no, I just get very much involved in the conversation. Come back in, sir, come back in. Don't talk about this white paper and the entire interview with this man. So what did you say? Come on in, sir.
I think say if there are three SLPP government ministers the way they need for be coached on anger management. Number one, the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, we definitely need anger management lessons. Number two, JJ Safa, the Minister of Finance, will benefit from him. And number three, in no particular order, the Minister of Information and Communication.
You know what, before you go further, all this while they get it wrong because I don't give him so many accolades. I feel say, he was one of the calm, cool, and collective until I start for the C or Yeri or the things, But I do believe that when we went and get chance for see themselves after the interview there, so maybe they will notice say they were out of touch a little bit. Anyway, sorry for the interruption. I totally enjoyed that interview, man. Yeah, go ahead.
The only minister not only minister of communication, station. When I you understand? So AYV is forced to put the program on commercial just for cover up, the minister abrupt sound. That's I'm digressing, but I believe eventually ministers they will benefit from anger management classes. Because the public no get for necessarily just accept everything to say. Media personalities, they are there to seek the truth. They will squeeze you tail, the truth come out. They're not there for just You know, like yes sir, yes ma'am, all this stuff. That's what they're there to do.
Yes.
So until they understand, you know, a lot of wamat is going to happen. Now, to the point of the white paper, I'm really pleased. I'm extremely pleased for no, and I congratulate the new government on this, that there is no intent for ban any former politician or current politician or any former minister or government officials in the former government from active politics. This is a welcoming news because when you ban people from playing active politics, you're silencing. You know, when you silence those people, all the people indirectly. So it's really good that I'm very pleased. However, I'm also pleased for no say they call on the idea is to make sure that anybody who belongs to and the previous government, and we know a lot of people stole money in the previous government. We know that. We've heard about it, we've read about it, we've seen people living lavish lives and lifestyles way beyond the capacity of the money they pay them. We've seen that there. So it's really good that the government they chase them people and they for make sure so they retrieve as much as possible. My only hope is that the white paper go from the white paper, the government will decide from that and identify certain people where they don't want where they not will compromise with, certain people where they not will mediate with, where they will go to court, then and see if the court can convict them of criminal offenses. The court will convict them for squandering Sierra Leone limited resources, scarce resources. So I really hope that it's not going to be one of those, you know, ACC arrangement wherein they get behind closed doors. Okay, we don't teach 50 billion. They are how much you going to do now? They where I get 5 billion when I own this first, I will pay the balance cost. I hope that will not be the case.
So make I add to that. Now
those
read
guys
one sec. Yeah.
in the court of law.
As we try for Senate, it be an holistic approach from hold everybody accountable. Some of the concerns that we Sierra Leoneans they don't make, whether it's the main opposition now, I don't know. But now read some of it. They say white paper, the name, Brigadier Julius Madabio received $25,000 Ebola fund used to campaign to the southeastern. What Ebola is that Ebola is real. Then they say the year 2015. Sorry, 2015. The second one where they say white paper name Dennis Sandy, Minister of Land, sold government reserve lands in Freetown, Bo and Kenema, $42,000. Year 2016. The last one again, where I think there's many more. I just go read some. White paper Joseph Samba Kefala, Kifala, sorry. Mayor Kenema City $78,000 to build stores, maintenance of road and Kenema town field. The year 2012. So all that basically some of the concern is a lot. So basically they're trying to say if you're holding these people accountable, which are the main opposition, but these same people then some of which they're serving now in this administration, which the very first one is the head of this administration, then Sevbin gets money where they forgive accounts to. So if you want to hold one accountable, you get for hold all accountable, including the head. So what's your take on that?
I agree on the fact that you know anybody who is serving public office, anybody who is squander public resources should be held accountable. I agree with that wholeheartedly. However, I think such comments are very distracting. I think comments are very...
No, we shouldn't say that. We shouldn't say that because we're misguiding whether it's the previous or the current administration. If we want to look at things fairly, I believe say everybody should be all accountable, period. You understand? And nobody should be above the law, period. And if, like I say, an example of precedent should be if we start within oneself. You understand? If I speak peace, then I have to be a model of peace. I cannot speak peace and always they encourage other Sierra Leoneans to be peaceful. Then I do the opposite. So and then also for me, what me go add to that, we cannot talk about white paper if we also get the question of the 1 million of we current chief minister. We cannot talk about white paper on if we not get to the in total and the nitty gritty of who side we let's go for his school picking them. So these are all part of being fair across board. Hold the APC accountable, like how you said, the one they were doing, let them give account for it. Equally so, let's hold this one and way back again, then a SLPP, so that way it's not a matter of witch hunts. Because I think so when they talk about witch hunts, not when it displayed on TV, but rather all in everybody, including the one that where they sits in this administration, but then happen to be member of the Sierra Leone People's Party. So not until we do that holistic approach, then it will be the beginning of a better Mama Salon when it comes to corruption. Just my own humble suggestion and speaking for the masses. Here, that's why I'm challenging you. Go ahead, sir.
All right. So I agree with you. You know, we need for ensure say, like I said, we need for ensure say, you know, anybody with thief, even if no one leon, they account for it and they're prosecuted for it accordingly. Every public servant, whether from independence to now, should be held accountable for their roles, even actions and inactions. They should be held accountable for it. However, I still maintain, say, the call for, say, witch hunt or the call for, say, for investigate everybody is a distraction. And let me explain to you why I think it's.
Are you okay? Seem like you. Would they take a quick break? Would they come right back?
Distraction.
Okay, there you go. We lost you for a minute.
We don't give billions and billions of dollars for.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. We lost you for a minute, but go ahead.
Can
You good?
you get me?
Yes, sir. We're good. You good?
All right. So what you say? I believe it's a distraction. I agree with you in the first place that everybody will occupy public office if we're able to account, even if after 10 years, even if after their death, we should be able to go still and check and make sure that they account. You understand? So I believe that with all my heart and soul that everybody will occupy public office should be ready to account at any point in time, still from independence to now. However, when people in the call for listen, the one who in a power right now for investigate themselves, it's a distraction.
No, it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be.
Let me say.
Yeah,
let me finish.
Okay, yes. Go ahead, sir.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
The reason why I believe it's a distraction is completely counterproductive is the fact that the current government no dey able investigate itself at this stage. It is not doable. It's not practical. It doesn't make any sense. It's absolutely nonsensical for ask the current government. You know, it's it's conflicting for ask me. Let me investigate myself. You understand? I will always make sure that I investigate myself. I declare myself of all wrongdoing. So you can't ask the government to investigate themselves.
Okay, so let me come in 1 second, okay? I agree with you.
Let me finish. I haven't finished.
No, let me before you go further, let me come in just a second. I agree that you're right. If they ask the government for investigate themselves, that's where you come with conflict of interest. There's no way they go be honest. Maybe only the one way afraid God now go be honest, say yes indeed. I be don't thief that day. But let's say okay, the president no go question that. But there has been so many underlying question in the example of when the president's being held, when it would be like an interim government when I've been the NPRC, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, where it been there as president, we been get question back to of X amount of funding. But then the then president decides, say, if we're moving forward, there's no need for all that investigation, blah, blah, blah. So if you say it's from independence, there's a lot of work you get for investigate, you understand? Then now, let's say they're not go able for investigate the president at this time where it is as president. But then in terms of the other one, they will serve in that other administration, the Dr. Ines Baikorma administration, where they called in the case of the Sandy and the X, Y, and Z, then of course, if their name come in question, then I believe say therefore we release them of their duty, then they go to follow the due process, just so that way transparency will be there, accountability will be there, and the list goes on. Come back in, sir.
All right. So I agree with that. But let me just finish my point. I'll get to that.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My point is that it's a complete distraction, and no sensible government, no sober government will listen to a call for investigate itself. Nobody will do that. That's number one. Number two, if you say let's look at the previous government. This government, they only will investigate the previous government. because the previous government was in power for 2 consecutive terms, and a lot of things, indications, we should say there were inconsistencies with finances, there were inconsistencies with decisions, and so on and so forth. We had several events that when happening will bring so much money. We had the mudslide, we had the Ebola, all in they bring a lot of money, a lot of other things the way it happened. So the current government they say, okay, let we go back, let's cross check all in the way the man and be supposed for the way they know do. All into the way that money being kind of spent wisely. That's what they're doing. Now, when Pakaba, when he finish off with Pakaba kind of power, he began get the power for investigate BO, NPRC, and all these other Momo and others and everybody else. He began the power, but he chose not to. When Anes came to power, when he succeeded Pakaba, he had the opportunity to investigate Pakaba. Pakaba's government of how many years? 13 years, I believe. He had the opportunity to investigate them. Especially, we all know that for Enda Wadi, billions was given to Pakaba. We all know that IMF clear we loan. All we debt to we get a clearance for we. For make sure say we start from a clean slate. All the money that we come inside it. We saw very little development in the country. Very little infrastructural development in the country.
So, Mr. ARP Thomas, let me ask you one second.
Let me finish.
No, before while you go ahead, I want to add to that, honey. I want to add to that. I want to say, like, while you go, give you more time, sir. When you describe the action or having no reaction of the late His Excellency Pakaba, and then the former president, Dr. Ines Baikoma, wait and decide not for hold them people that are so accountable. Do you see that as strength or weakness from both of them?
I saw that there as it's a leadership decision. They made a decision at the time when they see and say, now the best decision they can ever make.
Right,
because
that leadership
they looked
decision.
at lots of factors for make a decision when they see and say suitable for that moment.
Right.
But the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, before you go further though, that leadership decision where they make, if you're looking at it from your own from outside looking in, do you see that as strength or weakness from your end?
I wouldn't look at it as anything other than what they've made.
Okay.
I wouldn't look at it as
Fair
a strength
enough.
or weakness.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm not going to look at them as a strength or weakness is because, for example, Bakaba coming at the time we will get so much worry happen. You understand? So him going back to say, oh, investigate, is he going to get all the information that he needs to substantiate his position on the issues? You understand?
Okay.
Then we get Anes coming at the time. Anes is a different leader altogether. He looks at things completely differently from Pakaba. So he looks at it, he makes decisions. So I don't look at it as a strength or weakness. I look at it as a leadership decision that was made at the time that the leader thought it was the best for them.
Okay.
And the country.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So just back to my point. The point I make is that Anes been get the opportunity for investigate, for find out all the money the way we can say for end out whether Pakaba used them wisely. You understand? The SLP Pakaba government, whether it was used wisely or not, he had the opportunity. He decided not to take it for whatever the reason be. Now, Bio don't succeed Anes. Bio don't say no. What in Pakaba decides not for do, now your own choice. What in Anes decides not to do, now your own choice. But me on my own choice, I'd investigate Anes. I think it is well in place. But let Bio be investigate. When Madam Khadija becomes president come 2023, he can investigate Bio for 5 years. You understand? Anybody will succeed Bio can decide, say, okay, you know what, I'm going to investigate what Madam Bio actually did. All the monies that he received, did they go the right way? All the taxes he collected, did they spend it rightly? Did they build this out of public funds? Did they steal money? Did they do this? We can decide for investigating 5-year-old Bio government to be in power. So it's a decision, it's a discretion of the government and the leader at the time for decide, say, okay, we'll look at this or we'll look at this. Sometimes the public actually demands an investigation. You know, as in the case of BO investigating Anes right now, some of us actually demanded it. I remember myself calling out so many times for an investigation to the previous Anes by Kuruma government so that we can know the truth. And we've seen the truth coming out. And some of the truth coming out has vindicated Anes by Kuruma in several occasions. The likes of myself have apologized to Anes by Kuruma for calling him repeatedly a thief when I believe now he's not a thief. There's a lot of things that were floated into reports. Reports were made to look worse than what they were actually supposed to be, and a lot of things. And it's by Kroma had government officials, ministers, whether or not Katie they not get host salon. You understand? Now look at the SNPP government. Name one of them ministers that will not get host right now. You understand? So there are a lot of things that the investigation reveals to people. Some of the good things, some of the bad things, some of the worst things. So it's good that these investigations are going, and it's going to help Sierra Leoneans to identify what went wrong, how, and how to fix it and prevent it in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. I want to play one other advice on power and money. Then we
talk about the relationship between money and power. They're very uncomfortable bedfellows because the one normally seeks the other. What is the point of having a lot of money if you have no power? So very quickly, rich people start trying to translate that wealth into power. They start cozying up to politicians. They start trying to be politicians. And the opposite is also true. What is the point of having all this power and you're poor? So politicians start trying to monetize their power into wealth. And that is where corruption starts. So the relationship between money and power really is one that, if not managed well, destroys countries. And it's a difficult relationship because the one inevitably leads to the other. And how do you manage that? We face that challenge now. I think as First Lady, the question I always get asked is, how are you going to make sure that your business interests don't conflict with your existing role? What my husband and I have decided is we're going to do declarations. It's not required of me, it's not required of him, but we will declare all of our assets. And in that way, people can know what you own, where it is. I don't want to hide through proxies. And they can see where the wealth that you have has been created and not have to suspect you each time you buy expensive things that you stole it from the people. So declaration of assets, transparency, and communication are key issues in leadership. It's a double-edged sword. I don't necessarily want everybody to know what I own and how much it's worth, but I guess there's a bigger price to leadership at times. But it also comes down to a personal discomfort.
And I welcome back. What I play was I don't believe say Mr. Aiah Miwacham. So basically this is now one of the first lady, I forgot which country, but brilliant woman. They say if they talk about I go look and say the reason why I channel that with corruption, it talk about say sometimes we get for do things that we're not too comfortable, but for do and for we own integrity or transparency. It give the example of a husband. Say when a husband take power, then decide for declare the asset publicly, so that way they go know waiting them can wait. So if anything them buy now or whatnot, they're not gonna be quote unquote be skeptical as to whether they don't thief the money of the country X, Y, and Z. We don't talk on this platform wherein that we say that the constitution not force any political heads them for net and do them declaration publicly, but when you make an emphasis on being transparent, you want crack down on corruption, I believe say again we hold yourself accountable, we become the example or the poster boy or girl for be the model of what would they say in the example of Mr. Mohammed Kamarim Bak Mansare in making assets open to everyone, even though you're not to be politician. What I mean by that, politician we don't serve in the capacity of any office in Sierra Leone, even though they aspire at that time. So I don't know what you take on that, and then I'll call it a wrap because I know say it all late over there. Come back in, sir.
Look, public service, that's the way, you don't forget secrets. You understand? Public service, we get secrets, not dodgy public service. So for make sure that everything is in the open is very important. It's very vital, for towards accountability, very vital towards ensuring trust and confidence. So it's I agree with the lady speaking. I think it's important, and I hope that we we elected officials, appointed officials will continue for ensure say they remain open to citizens. And I want to commend the president because every a declaration of assets from any of maybe it may have happened um, with current president will actually declare private, but he declared them, and I want a good step. Maybe the next president, good step in the right direction with the help for foster. Hello?
Yes. Would they hear you?
Hello?
Yeah, would they hear you, sir? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, say you don't tie now. So we'll call it a wrap. I don't know if you get any last thing for say. There's other things then we've been there on the plates, but we'll meet back again,
Right.
God willing. For now, we talk on that. So go ahead and take this opportunity for make you closing statement, sir. Or any other thing you want to add.
Firstly, I want to thank yourself, Madam Khadija, and all the other great people who work with this network. The Salon for All network. I really appreciate hosting me here tonight. And I also want say thanks to all the viewers and listeners out there waiting taking time out of their busy schedule for listening to this program. And I hope that as Sierra Leoneans, we all understand that we want the best for our country. Some of we don't live overseas for decades. And one thing I realize is that there is no place like home. So if there is no place like home, the best thing to do with home is to make it better. The best way that I know how to make Sierra Leone better is to advocate for the needy, is to advocate for good governance, is to advocate for accountability, is to advocate for transparency in public service. That is what I've embarked on. And I want to say thank you to all those who supported. I want to say thank you to all those who haven't, but have been there for us to share ideas and learn from each other. Thank you very much for listening tonight. And I hope that we continue to share more ideas and improve the state of our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Always a blessing to have you with us. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule for also honor the invitation, Mr. A.L.P. Thomas. Thank you for being part of this, and also we thank him. No, say you put yourself in the equation because we all part of this network. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, sir. All right, fellow Sierra Leoneans, make her do one or two things. They come right back, and then we call it quits. I will be right back with you, Naina. Thanks.
It's never too late. No matter where you're there, you could be somebody.
In my back, in my belly. I'm a back, in my back, in my belly. Yeah, LG number one, yeah. When you expect for make you way, somebody not gonna know your name. When you hustle night and day, just for butter you brave and say you not nobody.
And I welcome back once again. I want to tell you plenty thank you when I take time out of in a busy schedule for joining with today. Sorry for where we're not able to read all the comments there. I hope saying I get a good time. We start off with laughter. I also be want to give one or two message of respect before we go another word food for thoughts, and then try for come back and call it quits.
Sorry. Oops. I did try for look for sorry.
About the relationship between money and power. They're very uncomfortable bedfellows.
It doesn't cost to be nice to people. Loyal relationship value people. People are important. Your birth came through others. Your name was given to you by others. You were educated by other people. You have your income through other people. People give you respect. You don't go about and say, I respect myself. Your first bath was done by others, and your last bath will be done by others. So why this arrogance? Why this dread? Somebody bathed you when you were born. Someone could bath you when you die. Why this arrogance? Why this pride? Why this attitude? As if you control the entire world. Hear me carefully. Others will carry you to the graveside. Others will bury you. And everything you have owned in this life will be received and be enjoyed by others. You will not take them away. So everything is about others. Humble yourself.
And I welcome once again. I want to take this opportunity for remind we of our responsibility as Sierra Leoneans. Now remember, we can bind we under the green, white, and we're not the green, white, and blue, regardless of your political affiliation, your tribe, your region, nor what you company, because not share the same ideology or the same tribe, and the list goes on. Now we continue for show love for each other, even when we disagree. Now we agree to disagree in a peaceful manner. Once again, I want to take the opportunity for tell the wonderful guest, a man we are holding I esteem, Mr. Aiah P. Thomas, for in time we take today for join we for now we come and speak on issue of relevant. May God bless we all. May God bless the Republic of Sierra Leone. God bless the Republic of Sierra Leone. God bless the Republic of Sierra Leone. God bless the United States of America, and everywhere where Sierra Leonean find themselves. And I thank you again. After God, there's no salon for all without Ina. And I thank you for an endless support, words of encouragement, advice, critic, prayers. Thank you so much. Or any type of way where you support me. Thank you. God bless you. Until next time, this is Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television. I am your host, Khadija Tijan Nabi. Bye.
It's never too late. No matter where you're there, you could be somebody.
In my back, in my belly. I'm a back, in my back, in my belly. Yeah, election number one, yeah. When you expect to make you way, nobody not gonna know your name. When you hustle night and day, just for butter you rain, and say you not nobody. Mr. Nobody. Thank God you nobody. You not somebody. Somebody, yeah. Boy, I hustle over me, yo. Nobody not be happy with the bones. Some say I go die, oh, but I got get me life, oh. Now I smile, oh. Batman, they sad, oh. They Mr. Nobody, well Mr. Nobody done that to somebody, yeah. They Mr. Nobody, the baby done that now they call my name, yeah. Me phone the ringo, everybody want jolly, oh, hey. The bella ton poly, oh. Everybody want for me, oh, hey. Nobody, they pop champagne in a me bungalow, yeah. Let's go make you way. Nobody not gonna know your name. When you hustle night and day, nobody. You not somebody. Let we go na the bank. You know the near poverty no the wine. Yes, if I dey make like a ranker, all of me solution they na me banker say me I dey spend I. Anything we I want na me life I dey buy I. The money way I get it, they circulate. The way I they spend it to accurate. No time